We got 7:30. I got 7:30 on the I got 7:30 on the clock. Meeting's being recorded. Got it. You need to be live streamed. Got it. All right. 7:30 p.m. Welcome everybody to the December 7th meeting of the Rockland Zoning Board of Appeals. Let's see. Everybody is here. All members of the zoning board are participating remotely. That would be myself, Mr. Baker Sr., Tim Haynes, Stephen Galley, Robert Baker Jr., and Mr. Greg Tanzi. Where'd he go?
He's in the closet.
He's in the closet. He's still in the closet. Oh, he's definitely participating remotely. He'll end up showing back up. I know he will. Once he realizes he's gone. So I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved, Mr. Chairman. Second.
I got a motion and a second. Roll call. Did Mr. Tanzi come back yet?
Yes.
There he is. All right. Roll call. Myself, yes. Mr. Baker Sr.,
Yes.
Mr. Haynes,
Yes.
Mr. Baker Jr.,
Yes.
and Mr. Tanzi. It was a motion and a second to open the public meeting.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So let's look at number 1, 7:30. Here we go. Remotely conducted public hearing will be held by the Rockland Zoning Board of Appeals on Tuesday, December 7th, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. on the application submitted by Frederick W. Slinger Jr. and Sharon M. Kellaway of 8 Berlin Street, Rockland, Massachusetts, for a variance and or special permits pursuant to section 415-9, 415-22, 415-89, and or 415-89.1 to allow the applicant to subdivide the property, which contains 2 separate single-family dwelling units in 1946, which predates the adoption of the subdivision control law, Mass General Law 41, Chapter 41, Section 81L. The property is located in the R2 Residence Zoning District and is further identified as Lot 38-14-0 on the Rockland Assessors Maps. The owners of the property are Sharon M. Callaway and Frederick W. Slinger Jr., 8 to 16 Berlin Street, Rockland, Massachusetts. The applicant and all interested parties are advised to check the town website and the zoning board's website for additional information and remote meeting details. Let's see. Who's here from Berlin Street?
I'm here, Fred Slinger.
Fred Slinger, how you doing, sir?
Good, thank you.
Can you turn your camera on, please?
Sure, all set.
How you doing, sir?
Good, thanks.
Why don't you talk to the zoning board and tell us what you're trying to do here?
I've lived here all my life. My family's had the property for 75 plus years, and there's 2 houses on the same lot. I think I sent you a picture along with the packet to show you. One is known as 8 and the other one's known as 16 Berlin Street. They actually look like they're 2 separate homes. Everybody in the neighborhood has always assumed that they're 2 separate homes until we came this time to have a hearing to subdivide the property. We're at the point in life where we want to downsize, get out of the big house. We're going to move into the small house for a while. And that's basically all I can say, I guess.
Okay. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go to my zoning board members. Guys, I emailed you earlier today a copy of the section 81L when it comes to the subdivision control law. Does anybody have any questions on that?
Not on the law itself.
Okay. So I'm gonna start off. Mr. Tanzi, where are you? Mr. Tanzi,
Yes.
do you have any questions for the applicant?
Well, you say that the structures are older than 75 years.
Yes, on the assessor's card, they date back to 42 and 45.
Okay. And you're living in the big house. Is the small house currently occupied?
The small house is currently empty. It's just sitting there.
How long has it been vacant?
Roughly since June of this year.
Okay. So did you rent it out or did it just?
In the past, it was rental.
Okay. All right. And it has what, 1 or 2 bedrooms?
It has 1 bedroom. It was just made kind of like it's an efficiency thing.
Okay.
1 bedroom.
All right. And it has heat?
Yep, it has heat and plumbing.
Bathroom, plumbing.
Yeah.
Does it have its own sewer connection?
It has its own sewer connection.
Okay. Does it have its own driveway?
Has its own driveway.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tanzi. Mr. Baker Senior, or actually, and just for the record, we didn't discuss this. Voting members on this are going to be myself, Mr. Baker Senior, Mr. Baker Junior, Mr. Haynes, and Mr. Tanzi. So Kim, I apologize. I should have updated you on that one. So we're going to go to Mr. Baker Senior. Talk to me, sir.
The only question I have is the smaller house down the road, is that going to be renovated or torn down and something else built there?
No, the smaller house is just going to remain the same. The game plan is my wife and I are going to move into the smaller house, sell the bigger house, and then eventually we have a son that will probably take over the smaller house, and we'll do something else down the road, a few years.
The only other problem is the driveway for the smaller house would have to be trimmed back so that it's not on the other lot.
Yeah, there's a little portion there I saw that's going to have to be trimmed back.
Okay, that's all I have.
Let's see, Mr. Haynes, I see you next.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes, and Mr. Baker Junior.
Yeah, no questions on the plan or the presentation by the applicant. I did have a couple of comments on the application, though.
Okay.
I would like to see, and I don't want to cause a problem on this, but I would like to see a bit more of a description of and an explanation for the proposed subdivision than currently appears in the application. And it's more a procedural concern than a substantive one. Ultimately, and however we vote on this application, the application and the attachments are going to be the record of what we did and why we did it, in addition to what we do here. And I just think it's a little bit incomplete, that's all.
What's incomplete about it, sir?
Well, it says he's asking to do a subdivision, and that's it. And it's maybe it's me, and between that language and looking at the plan, I couldn't really figure out where the new line is going to be drawn. Judging by Mr. Baker Senior's comment, it may be just, but I like to have a little more detail.
All right, I understand, sir. But I read this. He's very clear with what he's asking. He's very, very clear with what he's asking. And based on the subdivision control law, section 81-L, he can do this regardless of the zoning situation when it comes to area and when it comes to frontage. So he really doesn't have to explain any more than what he's doing right now.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, now to me. I really don't have a problem with anything here. Again, typically when it comes to zoning, we have to look at hardships to the land and stuff like that when we're looking at variances, because we have to cite law. Because we have the subdivision control law on our side, we can cite that, and that's the law that we would end up upholding. So the only issue that I see, and the applicant's already stated this, that the driveway for the second house is over the line. I'd like to see at a minimum a 5-foot buffer maintained along that line. It looks like he's got it at the front. It does start to taper off as it goes down. I'd like to see at least a 5-foot buffer on that property line for the driveway. And the other thing is, again, we see the shed is technically over the new line, but it's being shown moved to 10 feet off. So I do wish Mr. Attorney Galvin was here, because I think when it comes right down to it, we have to look at we have to do the math on this and give a variance on the frontage, give a variance on the area, and then also give a variance on the rear rear setback, and as you're standing on Berlin Street, the right side setback, because those are the only ones that are kind of screwing things up here. Does anybody else see anything else that needs to be addressed? Anybody? I don't see anything else that really needs to be addressed.
I have a question.
Oh, Mr. Galley, I'm sorry. I apologize. I
It's okay.
apologize.
I didn't have much to contribute till you said that. I was just wondering about if the shed, could it be moved behind the house? So it's within, like more than 10 feet away from the rear property line or something.
Well, he's moving it 10 feet. Basically, do you have the plan in front of you?
Yes,
That the blue shed, that's
Yes.
where he wants to move it to. So he's gonna be 10 feet off. He's gonna be 5 feet over the minimum setback for a small shed like that. Because that only has to be 5 feet off the property line.
oh, forgive me, is the blue the moved position?
Yeah, the blue's the move position.
Ah, okay, I got mixed up. All right, I take that back. I have no question about that.
All right, I think that at this point, let's see, did Mr. Rubel show up? Mr. Rubel's here. Mr. Rubel, talk to me, sir.
Tom, you're muted.
You gotta turn the microphone on there.
Okay, yeah, Rob.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, you had said something about parcel B on the right side.
Yes.
If they only have the 70-foot frontage, then they're only gonna need 11 feet on that side, right?
See, this is where it gets tricky because unfortunately, what you're doing is you're creating your own hardship technically. So I hear what I hear what you're saying. I do hear what you're saying, but when it comes to something like this, I don't know if that pertains or not because again, we're creating our own hardship. So I don't know if it's really a big deal. Or actually, no, you're right. You're right. See, this is why I wish Attorney Galvin was here. So you said, so again, 70, it's the 110 rule, so it's 4. Yeah, he would only need 11 feet anyway,
Yeah.
technically.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm looking at the rear setback on parcel B
Yep.
driveways. And because of the 81L, isn't this more or less up after you get done with these special permits and variances, they have to go to planning board?
They would have to go to planning board for the A&R endorsement. Yes.
Right. That's all I got.
All right. And I look at this and said, I look at this and say special permit. The thing is, I don't know how this was advertised. Application for a dimensional variance. All right. Let's see. Well, at this point, I'm going to open it up to the general public. Does anybody want to speak in favor of the application? Does anybody want to speak opposed? All right, hearing none, I am going to look at. Hey Tim, since you're our clerk, did you happen to get the two letters in favor?
I did, and I think I even have them open here.
If you have them, if you want to quickly read them, just so we have it in the record.
Good. Let's see. Bear with me a second. Let's see where I can. Let's see. So I've got a letter dated December 5th, 2021 from David Waldrip at 80 Green Street in Rockland, who wrote to us, "Dear Rockland Zoning Board, my name is David Waldrip of 80 Green Street, directly across from the property Sharon Kellaway and Fred Slinger are requesting a variance for. I fully support the variance of the 8-16 Berlin Street to subdivide the property to 2 separate single-family dwellings. This request is very reasonable and would have no adverse effect on the surrounding homes. If you have any questions regarding my support of the variance, please contact me anytime. Sincerely, David Waldrop." And we also received an email from Andy Campbell. Andy Campbell writes, "To whom it may concern, regarding the zoning application of Sharon Kellaway and Frederick W. Slinger for the property of 8-16 Berlin Street, lot 38-14-0. As the owners of the adjoining property, 28 Berlin Street, we would like to state that we have no objections and we support the application for subdivision of the lot. Yours sincerely, Andrew Campbell and Michelle Trey."
Thank you, Mr. Haynes. I apologize for putting you on the spot like that.
I was ready for you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else have any questions for the applicant? All right, hearing none. I would entertain a motion to close the open portion of the meeting.
So moved.
I got a motion. Need a second?
I'll second it.
I got a second. Roll call. Myself, yes. Mr. Baker Senior,
Yes,
Mr. Haynes,
Yes.
Mr. Baker Junior,
Yes.
Mr. Galley.
Yes,
Okay. Mr. Slinger, the board will deliberate tonight. I'm reading off my cheat sheet. I apologize, sir. The board will deliberate tonight, and you are welcome to stay. You'll receive a decision in the mail with a date stamp. 21 days from the date stamp on the decision, go to the town clerk's office, request a certificate of no appeal, and if no one has appealed, the town clerk will give you a certification and a copy of the original decision. You take those to the registry of deeds and have them recorded. One of the conditions is always to show the building department proof of recording. Again, we're gonna discuss this tonight. As I said, you're welcome to stay. It's gonna be a long night. I don't see a problem here, but we do need to discuss this with Attorney Galvin just to make sure we cover all our bases. Any questions, sir?
I think I'm all set. Thank you, everyone.
I appreciate you for putting up with us tonight.
Thanks.
I got 7:47, so it looks like I can actually get to the next one. Let's see. Close that out. 7:30. 7:45, here we go. Remotely conducted public hearing will be held by the Rockland Zoning Board of Appeals on Tuesday, December 7th, 2021 at 7:45 PM on the application submitted by Cynthia Ellis of 43 Marymount Road, Quincy, Massachusetts, 02169, and Michelle, Remillard,
Yep. Yep, you got it.
28 Hockley Street, Quincy, Massachusetts, 02169, for a special permit pursuant to sections 415-7, 415-15, 415-22, 415-38.3, and 415-89 to allow the operation of a commercial dog kennel called Pampered Paws at the premises known as and numbered 265 Pleasant Street, Rockland, Massachusetts. The applicant is seeking a special permit as per Article 4. Was that 5? No, 5.4. Article 4, Section 415-15.C14 and Section 415-15.C15 and Section 415.30-38.3. The applicant is requesting a special permit to allow up to 100 dogs to be boarded, groomed, and have doggy daycare with associated retail and training services. The property is located in the I-1 Limited Industrial Zoning District and is further identified as Lot 19-73 on the Rockland Assessors Map. The owner of the property is Salvatore Spataro, 265 Pleasant Street, P.O. Box 522, Rockland, Massachusetts.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Cynthia's iPad. I think we're coming to you.
Yes.
Who wants to
This
do
is Michelle. Can you see both of us?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Who wants to start
This
off?
is Michelle.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening, ladies. Talk to us.
Good evening. So, I think you know already, Pampered Paws is already an existing business. Amy Christensen owns it, and that's who we are purchasing it from. So basically, she has a 50 dog a day license, and we just, after we acquire the business, we want to just expand it to its full potential. So we're asking for a 75 dog a day license. When we met with Ian, the dog officer, he was comfortable with that. And he said, if all goes smooth within like the first year, then he would, consider upping it to 100 dogs a day. We want to start the grooming. We know, and then eventually retail and stuff. We know that the demand for dogs in Rockland is like very high. So we basically just want to take what Amy's done like so well and just expand it.
Simple, easy, very understood.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Basically it.
yeah.
She already has a great business.
She already does. It's just, very close knit, she's family, whatever, orientated, I guess. So we just wanted to expand on that.
Okay. Again, I forgot to put in who's voting on this. It's going to be myself, Mr. Baker Senior, Mr. Haynes, Mr. Baker Jr. and Mr. Tanzi, where do you go right there? Kim, again, I apologize. So I'm going to open this up to the board. Mr. Baker Senior, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Actually, I have a question for town council, but he's not here. But
Wait
maybe
on it.
someone else can. Under the original agreement by the zoning board dated August 12, 2014, and August 27, 2014, one of the last condition was this special permit authorized a commercial kennel license granted specified to the applicant and is not transferable, shall be null and voided upon the sale of all or any part of the business and or any changes of ownership. Does that mean that they have to reapply for a whole new license?
I think, yes.
I think we did.
Yeah, I think that's what, I thought that's why we were here today.
This application for a new license, or is it for a transfer of the ownership?
No, new license.
For a new license.
Yes.
Pull up the applicant. Let me pull this up here.
Special, yeah.
I'm not really sure.
This is a special permit, and the special
Yes.
permit goes with, does not go with the land, it goes with the applicant. So,
Right.
yeah, it goes with the business. So, again, can you read that last stipulation again, Mr. Baker?
Says the special permit authorizing a commercial kennel granted specifically to the applicant and is non-transferable shall be null and voided upon the sales of all or any part of the business and or any changes of ownership.
Okay. So again, it's still the special permit, correct?
Right.
They are
We already
applying
know.
for a special permit.
Yeah, we already know that. And I see a Zoom user raising her hand. Zoom user raising your hand.
Current owner.
That's the
Amy
current owner.
Christensen?
That's the current, that's
Yes.
the current owner.
That's Amy, she's current owner.
Oh, there we go. All right, now you're moving. I don't know if that was
Hear me?
mine. There we go. Amy, how you
Can you hear
doing?
me? Well, thanks, how are you?
Can hear you now. Can I get your name, the name and address for the record, please?
Amy Christensen, and it's listed as 265 Pleasant Street in Rockland, Mass.
Okay.
So it does say it's non-transferable, but that is the commercial kennel license. I was told I have to cancel mine out and they have to apply for their own. So mine's non-transferable, but if they apply for their own, they're getting their own commercial kennel license. That's what they're applying for. So
Yes.
mine will cancel out and theirs will open up. They just need to be approved to open it up to them under
All
their
right.
name.
So my question is then, who is the license granting authority? It's not us.
The license is currently under me.
Who grants the kennel license?
Ian.
The clerk's office.
The
Under
clerk's
my-
office.
Office, and Ian approves it.
Mr. Davidson, I appreciate you coming tonight because I told you in the past that we're going to rely heavily on you for this. In the end, all we're doing tonight is dealing with the special permit. Have you reviewed this application, sir?
I have, and I've walked the property and spoken with all parties involved, and I'm very comfortable with the plan that's in place.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go back to Mr. Baker Senior. Are you happy with the answers we got
I'm
so
all
far?
set. Yeah, yep.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Baker.
I just didn't want to see them get. someone
Thank you.
say, hey,
No,
Greg,
no, you're doing the right
Yeah.
thing. No, you're definitely doing the right thing, sir. Mr. Haynes, I'm coming to you.
Oh, great. Not a Nazi. So I, like Bob, I took it that that the license application goes to the town, but in order for it to be approved, they need a special permit for use that's permitted. So all the conditions of a new application would apply. So when we look at, got a pin in it here. So we need to have the site plan. And I take it from the site plan that we've got distance to the nearest building, which was 86 feet and was the other storage building. I wasn't sure, there were some questions in the previous plan about some of the landscaping. So I wanted to ask about some of those things. When I looked at the plan, it said, it looks like the fenced-in area was being relocated or
Yeah,
enlarged in some way. And on the plan, it looked like there's one boundary, one side that's chain link fence and two sides that are vinyl fencing. Could you tell me a little bit about the outdoor area, the kind of fencing that's there, what's changing, and what the landscaping is like?
Okay. Does she want us? So they already moved the fence to the correct land line. So they moved it up. And then we plan on sectioning off different areas of the fence and also putting the same fencing all the way around, getting rid of the chain link fence. So it'll be more secure.
Right, so it'll be an all solid fence.
Exactly. So it's not going to be that open chain link.
Good.
Yeah, we plan on removing that and putting in the same fence going around.
Good.
But as far as the other part, it's already been moved.
Right. And so the requirements, some of these it looked like they were waived for the previous owner. So one of the things is that the fence it's supposed to be solid. So that's clear. And that I would want that to be part of our requirements.
Yeah.
okay.
It helps with the noise.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
There's a lot of vegetation. There's some woods and there's a lot of brush and stuff just outside of the fence. And it looked like in the last application, we're going back a while, but it looks like everybody on the board thought there was enough landscaping, there was enough sort of growth, quiet. Is all that still in place? There was some question about whether it would survive or whether it was going to stay, but is it all still grown in?
Everything is still the same. Yeah, it's still pretty brushy. Yeah, it's pretty overgrown, basically.
Good. I guess that's important for noise mitigation. And I think one of the conditions of the prior approval was that it be maintained as a landscape buffer. So I think I would want to make sure that that stayed as a condition.
Yep.
Could you talk a little bit about your overnight accommodations and sort of how that's going to change and what you're expecting to do? How many dogs was it? And I think the previous application was that, did I read right? 21 overnight maximum. So talk to me a little bit about the day versus night mix, how you would staff, is it going on now? Could you talk a bit about that?
Okay, so basically, there's so much room in the area during the day to be able to separate the dogs as far as big dogs, small dogs, medium-sized dogs, that kind of thing.
Puppies.
So puppies, that is all going to kind of just stay the same as what Amy kind of has it with now. As we get bigger, obviously there's different areas that we can put the dogs, so they'll all be safe in the right areas. As far as the overnights go, we're not going to go any higher than the 21, and we plan on hiring somebody to be there full time, like 24-hour care.
An overnight person.
Yep, there's space upstairs. There's even, it's almost like a break room where you can see the dogs
from down.
Yeah, upstairs to downstairs. So there's also small boarding areas, like a 8 4x6 and 8 6x6, I think, upstairs.
Where would we put in the
for the overnights? Yeah.
But there'll be somebody there all the time. There's going to be someone there all day. Then we're going to hire someone from the 7 to 11 and then 11 to 7, so that they're never left alone.
And is the upstairs part of the sketched plans that I see? They're you called them 4x6 suites.
Yeah.
4x4 suites. That's the upstairs.
The suites. Yeah.
Those are
And
upstairs,
that's
yeah.
where the dogs would stay in overnight.
There's a smaller one and then there's the bigger ones you could have for the larger dogs.
Understood. And so, and then on one of the requirements that we have is that a plan is in place for the disposal of the animal waste.
Mhm.
And I didn't see that as part of this. Did I miss, is there
There's duty calls comes and picks it up.
so,
So we would pick up every day, put it into sealed containers and then duty calls
Calls
comes and
comes in,
takes it
takes the
away.
waste.
that, it seemed like that's what was in the original.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
Amy has in place
Yeah,
now.
we were gonna continue with that.
So I think when they applied, I think we got some information from duty calls
Okay,
to just as the plan. And I think that's fine. I think it's just that in order to meet that requirement, we'd want to just have that as part of the application, that there's
Yeah.
a plan in place and what it is.
okay.
So,
Mhm.
there was some discussion about where it's kept and showing it on the plan and making sure that it's safe.
Not
So-
just,
So not just laying around, sure.
right,
Mhm.
or somewhere where it might be a nuisance to neighbors or something.
Okay,
So, making sure that the location and the way it's secured is noted on the plan.
Okay.
Okay.
And there was some discrepancy between on the outdoor use. The bylaw is sunrise and sunset.
Mhm.
So I did notice that they also gave hours, and then there was some talk about bathroom breaks for overnight dogs. So do you have a particular request or a way you're going to operate both your use of the outdoor space, but also for the overnights and sort of like, I think we had an up to 11 o'clock bathroom break, something like
Yep.
that. So
that's
did you-
that would be-
perfect.
yeah.
That would be enough time.
It's-
Mhm.
And that would be their last, the ones that are boarding overnight. That's their last bathroom break.
Mhm.
And
it
then
wouldn't
can they go
be-
back out at like 6 or 7, or what do they have in place now?
I think it was 7.
7, right?
Yeah,
Six.
it wasn't
7, Amy?
quite tying together with the sunset provision, which as we know right now is 4 o'clock.
4
Yeah.
o'clock, yeah. A
So,
little early.
So I think we'd want to clarify, because the bylaw actually says no dogs outside between sunset and sunrise. And,
Okay.
and so so I think we'd want to look at that either as a specific
Just revising that.
condition, and certainly, like, if it's no outside activity after sunset, then we'd want to make sure that we've given bathroom break.
Yeah,
They
they need-
need
yeah.
a bathroom break before,
Obvious.
yeah.
So, and that provision was there. So, so I'm okay. I didn't have any other questions. I just wanted to check on those particular issues in terms of the application. So that's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. These ladies are on target. You couldn't stump them. I gotta say.
Oh, I feel like
Trying
I,
to stump us?
I feel like my-
know,
No, no,
me
you
too.
did. You tried to catch it on a couple of these things, and you were on target. That was good.
Thank you.
Where are we going here? Mr. Baker Jr.,
Yes. Thank you.
questions for the applicant, please.
I have a few. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you to the applicants. You had mentioned, let me ask you first, and I'm sorry if this is in the documentation, but as far as the daycare, 7-day-a-week operation?
Right now, Amy is only doing Monday through Friday.
Okay,
But the weekends by appointment.
Yeah, by appointment.
So,
okay,
Which is more like for the overnight care, but I would like to do, I think it's a demand for clients is Monday through Saturday.
Mhm.
That's technically what I would like to go for.
yeah,
Yeah,
for the doggy daycare and then
The
the
overnights.
overnights.
yeah.
okay. So for the Monday through Friday is currently planned. Earliest drop-off and the last pickup, what are those times?
6:30 and
7.
7 at night.
So I think the gate,
The gate closes at 8, I think.
Okay. You had mentioned about the big dogs with the big dogs and the little dogs with the little dogs. And by the way, the big dogs will be very happy to hear that.
Yeah.
You're not going to be like dealing with any of the little dogs.
Hey, my
Some big
little dog
dogs
loves those
like
big
little
dogs.
dogs and vice versa.
It's basically just keeping dogs safe is
Yeah.
what you know what I mean? It's just making sure that there's not a bunch of little dogs running around, getting stepped on by big dogs, that kind of stuff. So if a little dog loves to be with the big dogs, he can be, but that's basically what we meant.
Okay.
Thank you, my Jack.
But
my Jack
when
Russell.
you decide, or when you,
Yeah,
when you
right.
do the separation,
Mhm.
how many dogs are going to be in each? What's the maximum number of dogs in each group at any given time?
25.
Yeah, 25 in each group.
Okay. So theoretically,
Technically-
given big, medium, small puppies, whatever else there might be, geriatric, you're going to have presumably a minimum of 3 groups. So what
Yes.
is your staffing plan for monitoring each one of those groups?
Definitely, we're gonna be full-time, and then we're gonna hire staff to be with each group, another person to be with each group.
Okay, so at minimum, at any given time during the day, there'll be 1 staff person per group.
Yes.
1 or 2, but
Oh, yeah,
yes.
as well, I said at minimum.
Yeah.
Okay, good,
Mhm.
good.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else? You had mentioned the boarding, and I'm assuming for daycare, it's going to be sort of open areas for the dogs just to intermingle and roam around and.
Yep.
Yeah.
And play.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
For boarding, are you using wire crates? Are you using enclosures or a combination of?
There's already,
They're already in place.
yeah, there's vinyl. The
Vinyl fencing.
or suites.
Okay,
There's no top on them. Basically, it looks like almost like a barn stall
Mhm. Yep.
with the fencing, the same fencing that's outside the
That
white vinyl fencing.
There's 8 4x6, 8
Mhm.
6x6. Yeah.
okay. So, and I know some boarding places have had an issue or problem with this. No dogs are going to be crammed into wire crates.
Oh, gosh,
No.
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 Thank you.
There are no,
There's no
there are
kennel.
no crates
Good.
or
Yeah.
kennels in there, yeah.
Okay, got that. And I appreciate your patience with all of my questions. Just a question, Mr. Chairman. Given the 2 sort of issues here, the operation of the business itself with the attendant licensing concerns or the issues that go with the kennel license and what we're doing. Is my understanding correct that for our purposes, we're not getting involved in the actual operation of the business? So for example, would it be within our purview to consider or to ask the applicants what their plan is for emergency veterinary treatment, or is that strictly with the license, the actual licensing entity, the town clerk's office?
Ladies, what do you think about veterinary issues? If there's a problem, what are you going to do?
My goal is to actually try to become like affiliated with either a local vet or that kind of a thing, where if something happened during the day, we could bring them there. If not, I would say probably Angel and Weymouth.
They have traveling vets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That my
Look,
goal
there
is to have
is-
something like that in place eventually, is to have like a vet that we can become affiliated with that could offer, you know, different shot clinics, that kind of a thing, so that it brings the town more involved with getting their dogs licensed and stuff like that. So, but we definitely have to get to know the vets in the area. I don't really know what we'd do with that yet.
So your plan eventually is, okay, a dog somehow cuts his paw, blood all over the place. You would
Rush
have.
it to Angel. Yeah.
Okay,
Where are they located?
Weymouth.
And Weymouth.
Where?
They're
I usually go to the VCA over in Weymouth Branch line, so.
That's
Yeah,
the
the
one.
VA,
Sorry,
she
it
means,
is.
she means a VCA
Yeah,
Weymouth,
that's what
not
I meant.
Angel.
Okay.
and-
So we're all talking about the same
Yeah.
place.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
okay.
Sorry.
Oh, this is why we ask the questions.
Yep.
And again, You have not been stumped by any of these board members. Ladies are on point. Careful.
And that's not my intention.
I know,
I'm actually very happy that you're answering all of our questions and answering them what I would consider in an exemplary manner. One of the things that's always puzzled me about dog daycare, and it's happened with my dogs and my daughter's dogs, and I'm assuming with everybody's dogs, that every dog daycare with which I'm familiar has something called the behavioral assessment.
Okay.
Now, my only knowledge of this is that I bring the dog into the daycare before they're allowed to attend there. And then I leave and something goes on while I'm there. And then when I come back, they say, oh, the dog is fine with the other. What?
It's basically just
What would you plan on
if they're
doing for
aggressive
them?
towards other dogs, if they don't, if they're not comfortable, they may not even be aggressive, but they don't like it. They don't want to be there. They're not, they're
They might be
in
nervous.
a corner, cowering and aren't comfortable with it. So it's basically just seeing how the dog interacts with all the other dogs.
With the big dogs and the little dogs, what group they go to.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's basically what we look for.
Okay. In terms of vaccination requirements, are you looking for anything other than rabies and Bordetella?
No.
Kennel cough, rabies.
Oh,
Bordetella,
kennel cough.
Oh, that's
usually-
Bordetella, isn't it?
Yeah, that is
Bordetella,
Bordetella, yeah. like
But
this.
yeah, so yeah, those are the only two that we're gonna require, only because so
Okay.
many people nowadays don't really do full vaccination. So I think that would, as long as they have those two, it's
Yeah.
fine.
And are you also going to require evidence of flea and tick protection?
I don't know. We've been going back and forth with that one because a lot of people, the dogs can't do it because they get seizures, have bad reactions. So that would kind of put a big, limitation on some of the dogs.
Okay.
Some of them do just the collars.
Yeah.
So I guess we're going to kind of monitor that. We will have a groomer staff there. So if they do come in with fleas and ticks, we can take care of it.
Are you going to make arrangements or offer your human customers the opportunity to have their dogs fed there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
In separate
what are-
areas.
and-
Because
and
like
what are-
puppies need to be fed usually 3 times a day. Sometimes if they're getting home at 7 o'clock, that's too late for the dog to eat. So, yes.
Okay, so what arrangements are you going to be making for the hygienic storage and distribution of the food? Or I shouldn't say what, are you going to make arrangements? for
Yeah,
the-
there are bins now, and we'll make sure that they're in containers stored, and the owners will bring their own food in each
Yeah.
day.
Right.
It's not going to be
their
over.
names and the
Yeah,
amount of food they get.
Okay,
it's not going to be food just sitting around. It will be stored in proper containers.
wonderful. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. Tanzi, questions for the applicant?
How much experience do you have in running kennels? How many years?
I have never run a kennel or been in a kennel. I've owned a doggy daycare, dog walking company for 18 years. So
Okay.
I've been basically doing it for 18 years, picking up dogs, walking them, hiking them, doing overnight care at my house, that kind of a thing, but I've never owned an actual facility.
Yeah, but I mean, we've been
And she's been working for me for 5 years. so.
in the past 6+ months, we've been, with Amy at Pampered Paws, like going through this process and kind
Seeing
of
how
just
she
seeing
does it
how
and
she's.
stuff like that, how a kennel is actually operated.
Okay. That's really the only question I had.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tanzi. I appreciate that. I'm gonna make this real simple. Mr. Davidson? Is that Officer Davidson?
That's fine. Officer Davidson, Ian Davidson, I'm easy.
I'm kind of formal sometimes. Officer Davidson?
Officer David.
You've been witness to these applicants. You've seen what's been going on over there. You happy with it?
Yeah, I am. I've been on the job 3 years and had no issues whatsoever with Amy and her operation. Walked the property, listened to what the plan is. I'm very comfortable with what's going on. I'm going to be involved with them. If there's ever an incident, I get called immediately anyways. There is an inspection once a year that I do as part of the animal control officer job and the animal inspector job. So I'll be keeping an eye on the property as well. And I just plan on having a great relationship with them, just like I had with Amy. Let them run their business. I'm there to support them, and I'm there to help with any issues that come up. So right now, I'm very comfortable with the plan and with what they want to do.
Officer Davidson, I appreciate
you.
everything that you've done thus far. Got one last question. Amy, where are you? Zoom music. There you are. What, I guess, what is your plan? Once they get the license, are you just out of it and not going to be coming back? Or are you going to help them kind of through this for a little while?
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna transition. Like I said, all my customers, some of them have been with me through 15 years that I've been there. So I want to make the transition as smooth as possible, help them with whatever they need, and I'll be working with them for as long as they need. So just to get through everything.
All right, I'm satisfied. I'm gonna look to Mr. Rubel, Tom Rubel, the building commissioner. Have you reviewed this application? Do you have any
Yeah.
concerns whatsoever?
I got a question for Amy. Amy, how are you?
Yes, I'm well. Thanks. How are you?
Good. Did you ever get this recorded with the registry of deeds?
Yep. You guys have the copy from 2014.
Okay, because I don't have it.
Should be in the file. There should be a copy, and the
Okay.
town hall has one on file.
Mr. Chairman, this new one, will that have to be recorded?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all I have. I think everything's great.
All right. And then after the meeting, I can always look it up on the registry of deeds and see if it is there. Amy, what would it be if I looked this up? Would it be under Pampered Paws or would it be under your name?
It would be under Pampered Paws. I had sent the the court number to the clerk's office, I believe. I can look it up again, but I think it's at my shop. Unless
All right.
it'll work.
It's David.
and
We'll have time at the end. I'll see if I can look it up just to help them out. All right, I'm going to open this up to the general public. Is there anybody that wants to speak in favor of this application?
Mr. Rosa, it's Attorney. Mr. Rosa, it's Attorney
Galvin. How
Bob
you doing,
Galvin.
sir?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad.
The only thing I wanted to interject was, does the applicant have a plan to collect and dispose of waste on-site or off-site? And maybe could you just explain that to the board?
Yeah, ladies, could you re-explain that? We've already gone
Sure.
over that, but if you
There-
just.
There is a duty calls is already in place there. They come and we will be picking up the waste every day, putting it in containers, and then duty calls comes and picks it up and takes it away.
Okay, sounds good to me, Mr. Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Attorney Galvin. All right, is there anybody that wants to speak opposed to the application? And hearing none, I'm going to the board members one more time. Does anybody have any final questions for the applicant?
Bob, I have one quick question.
Please fire away, sir.
How often do you have the kennels cleaned?
We'll be cleaning every day,
I understand that, but do you
professionally clean.
have, someone come in and power wash the walls and ceilings and all
Right.
that, kennels?
You know what? That's actually the first question that I don't really know. Probably, I don't know if Amy, do you have something in place of that now?
It's basically just been me cleaning daily.
Yeah, okay. I mean, we definitely can look into that and have somebody come in and do it maybe once a month.
Once at
That
least,
kind of a thing.
maybe more
I-
if it's.
Yeah.
Can I just say something?
need be. Yep.
I know there's a lot of outbreaks everywhere,
Yeah.
kennel cough, all that, but I've yet to have an outbreak of any sort in the 15 years. So I don't know if that says anything, but.
Yeah,
I
you're
try to
doing
keep it
something
as
right.
clean as
It's very
possible.
clean. She has kept it like,
Yeah, it's very clean.
it's incredible, actually.
Drop the dog
Doesn't even
off
smell when you go in there.
down there.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Rob. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Baker. All right, I'm gonna assume that everybody's all set. So,
I wanted to ask a quick.
You missed Steve.
Mr. Steve again, son of a, Mr. Galley, please talk to the applicants. See if it, what do you got to say?
I'm only curious, this is not like, I think it was crucial, but for your human customers, do they get some sort of like live feed of the dogs or like updates like through the day if they're, especially for like daycare and overnights and stuff? I was just curious what the nature of that would be.
Updates, pictures.
Yeah.
There are cameras there. We're not sure what we're gonna do about the live feed yet, because I think that is something that becomes sometimes a problem because, I think, something may trigger somebody and something, so.
Right.
But there will be somebody there taking pictures, making sure that the dogs, the owners are getting updates.
For your dog was fed,
Yeah,
morning feed, night feed, went to all that, the stuff that they like to
Yeah.
know.
So periodic pictures showing the puppy or the dog.
Yeah.
exactly,
Happier,
playing and stuff like that, yeah.
and
We can take
build it
videos
out.
and that kind of a stuff, definitely.
All right. Thank you. I was just curious about that. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Galley. Sorry again. All right. I think that's everybody. I think everybody's pretty much satisfied.
Rob, I had one.
Mr. Haynes, I remember I saw you too. I apologize.
I just have one quick question, and so it's sort of it's a twofold. One, so in the copy of the original decision that I got, a couple of the pages were missing, 6 and 8, and it had some of the conditions were missing, which was on.
Yeah, I got the same thing. Mine starts at condition number 6.
Right.
Okay.
But I wanted to.
Is that us or we?
No, that's
Okay.
on our end. Deb, is there any way to look at that?
I don't have it with me, but I can send that tomorrow.
What my concern, what I wanted to ask the applicants is if there were any conditions that were on the original application that you wanted adjusted, changed, or if you were satisfied. So it had hours, and I asked you about some of the specific ones. But after I put down, I realized, I was going to also ask you, since I don't have all of the conditions, if there was anything you wanted changed, or if there's anything in there that you objected to, or.
Ladies, do you have the original conditions? Do you have the original conditions that Amy signed up for?
Yes, we do.
Do you have them with you right now?
There were 13 conditions.
I don't know if we have it with us right now. I don't think we had any
never like concerning
issues when we went through them. The only thing would be the time, obviously, of when the dogs can go out, and then
Number of dogs.
Number of dogs was the biggest one.
Yes.
And it was already set up for grooming and for retail. So those are the only other things, because grooming is definitely, I think, a huge necessity for the town and for everyone. So those are the only ones that we wanted to make sure that we got.
When Bob Baker Jr. Asked about employees, it reminded me that one of the conditions in there was that there not be more than 25 dogs outside during daylight hours, and they must be supervised by employees.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
So
Definitely.
It does have a video.
We'll be out there
surveillance.
with them. Yeah.
And each group will go out separately.
Yeah.
Good. I just wanted to make sure that was okay and that there weren't any.
Okay.
Yeah,
conditions
definitely.
that
They'd
might-
go out
that was-
separately.
Good. Good then. I think I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and while, again, after this is all said and done, I'm gonna continue to try and find this in the registry of deeds. Ladies, if you're positive you don't have it, we may have to wing this, so.
I
If,
think
take
it's
your time and
almost
see if you
like
can,
to
see if you
Amy.
can find a copy of it.
I
Deb, I
have
see
the-
your,
I have the recording info for the special permit dated September 10th.
do you have the book and page?
The book is 44799. The page is 264.
Look at that. Another reason why I like Zoom. Yep. Public hearing. Tom Rubel. Hey, I was here. This is back when I was an associate. Wow. Let's see. Oh, Peter McDermott was on. Damn. Stan. Yeah. I've got conditions. Here we go. I got 1 through 5. Next page we all have is 6 through 13, and that's it. I can keep this up on my computer. I can read them now, or we can do this at the end. I'm assuming, ladies, you're gonna hang out to wait for the decision.
Yep.
All right, and if you want, I can read these now, or we can do this at the end. Mr. Haynes, any issue? I could either do it now, I can either read them now, or we could read them later.
I don't, as long as they, having read it, as long as they don't have any objections to anything that was in there, then we can go over it later when we deliberate and write up any conditions.
Ladies, is that okay by you?
Yep,
Sure.
that's fine.
All right, I have this here, so we'll be able to go over that at the end. Okay, let's see. Is everybody else satisfied? Everybody else good? Okay, I would, I got a motion. I need a second.
Second.
I got a second. Roll call. Myself is yes. Mr. Baker Senior,
Yes.
Mr. Haynes,
Yeah.
Mr. Baker Junior,
Yes.
Mr. Tanzi.
Yes.
Okay, ladies, I'm gonna read off my cheat sheet again here. Okay, ladies, the board will deliberate tonight and you are welcome to stay. You will receive a decision in the mail with a date stamp. 21 days from the date stamp on the decision, go to the town clerk's office, request a certificate of no appeal. If no one is appealed, the town clerk will give you a certification, a copy of the original decision. Take those to the registry of deeds and have them recorded. One of the conditions is always to show the building department proof of recording. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. We're
Thank you.
gonna get on with the next meeting. Hang out. We'll
Okay.
take care of this tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Guys.
Free here.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Officer Davidson. Thank you, Amy.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be right
Thanks,
back.
Amy. Thanks, Ian. Thank you.
Just
All
gonna,
right. On that note, I'm gonna have everybody. I'm gonna give a 5-minute for everybody for facility breaks if we need it.
okay.
Everybody's here, almost. Nothing too bad. I think Mr. Haynes got lost. There he is.
I didn't realize you were waiting for me.
All right, everybody back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. All right, 8 o'clock. Remotely conducted public hearing will be held by the Rockland Zoning Board of Appeals on Tuesday, December 7th, 2021 at 8 p.m. on the application submitted by Stevie G's Restaurant LLC of 81 Lewis Park, Rockland, Massachusetts 02370 for a variance and or special permits pursuant to sections 415-7, 415-9, 415-14C2, and 415-89 and or 415-89.1 to allow the applicant to provide beer, wine, and mixed drinks with food to dining customers for breakfast and lunch, as well as a small 8 to 10 seat bar area. The applicant will not have a full bar, but will be offering brunch style cocktails and beer. The applicant anticipates offering dinner service in the future. The applicant's proposed use is only permitted by a special permit because there is a proposed. Okay, hold on. For the applicant's proposed use is only permitted by a special permit because there is proposed that alcoholic beverages served with food in a B2 zone at the premises known as and number 372 Market Street, Rockland, Massachusetts. The property is located in the B2 Resident Zoning District and is further identified as Lot 45-150 on the Rockland Assessors Map. The owner of the property is OSJ of Rockland, Mass. LLC, 375 Commerce Park Road, North Kingstown, Rhode Island, 02852. The applicant and all interested parties are advised to check the town website and the zoning board's webpage for additional information and remote meeting details. Okay, who's here from Stevie G's?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Matt Perkins on behalf of Stevie G's, along with Andrew Loconsalo, who is the manager of Stevie G's.
Okay, who's Stevie G?
Stevie G is Andrew's daughter.
Is Andrew, that's your daughter, Andrew, your daughter's name is Stevie?
My daughter's name is Steve. Yeah, that's correct. Yep, and my father-in-law.
Cool. No, that's
Stevie
fine. That's fine.
I see all the guitars in the background.
I expected a Steven to be an applicant here, so that clears that up. Mr. Perkins, are you going to take the lead on this?
Yes, I will, if that's okay with the board.
Thank you, please.
And so I'll be brief. I know you have a long night behind you and ahead of you. By way of background, Andrew Loconsalo and his brother Matthew and Andrew's wife Shannon are putting together this restaurant where Butterfield's was. Andrew and his brother Matt are a longtime, or grew up in Rockland, attended Rockland High School, public schools, graduated Rockland High School. In their younger years, they worked at Butterfield's. They worked in the back of the house as dishwashers and later cooks. They've gone on to become chefs. Andrew is a chef at Black Rock. His brother Matt, who's not with us tonight, is a chef at Fresh Fest in Cohasset. He's been a chef for about 10 years. The owners of Butterfield's approached them to sell the restaurant to them. It was an opportunity they've been looking forward to all their life. So they put together some money, bought the restaurant. And what they're proposing to do, as you mentioned in your opening, is really just have beer and wine and cocktail brunch type drinks for their customers. There will be no bar service. All alcohol will be served with food. And with respect to that, they're currently really updating and renovating the restaurant itself. They've done a beautiful job in creating a new dining room. They're updating the kitchen. They're also making the bathroom handicapped accessible. I know they're working with the building inspector on that. So they're really looking forward to putting a new face on the Butterfield's restaurant, which I know has been there for years. With respect to the alcohol, the board has a plan. There will be a front bar type seating area, and behind that will be a cooler with a lock that the beer and cold drinks can be kept in. In the office in the back, there'll be a locked cabinet for the liquor. There'll be no liquor per se lined up behind the bar where you would have a traditional bar where you have the rows and rows of liquor. We're not going to have that here. This is really just liquor for, and I say craft style cocktails. So the emphasis is on fresh ingredients, fruits, and kind of unique tastes, Bloody Marys with different things in them. So with that, Andrew is tip certified. His wife, Shannon, who will be waitressing, is also tip certified. The servers as well, once they're hired, will be tip certified. And they're hoping to serve it for, again, their breakfast and lunch. And then if the restaurant expands, to have future dinner service, table service with the limited alcohol that we've discussed. The alcohol will be delivered at the back door. There's no loading dock. And at the back is where the dumpsters are for garbage and such. I think that's the high points, unless the board has specific questions for Mr. Loconsalo.
The only thing that I'm looking for right now is basically it's not Butterfield's. You're not buying Butterfield's. We're basically canceling their special permit that they had.
Correct.
He's looking for his own special permit.
Correct.
Again, this is one of those things where I'd like to see the conditions that that Butterfield's had. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
Have you guys seen that?
Yes, that's part of the package we submitted to town. I know Andrew has seen it. He gave me a copy. And in reading this, I would almost say that the decision if the board's inclined for CDGs, could be a carbon copy of what we have here for Butterfields. We have.
Okay, I must have blown right by it. I apologize. Decisions for Butterfield. All right, I have this.
Yeah, and they've been serving there for about 20 years.
Okay.
And again, it's a small operation. Andrew will be the manager and hold a liquor license. He is tip certified. His brother or his wife will hold the keys to it. They're going to have a small staff. They'll be tip certified. And again, the emphasis is on a compliment to your meal and not a destination to go drink at. It's really, you have a glass of wine or beer or Bloody Mary, and that's about it.
Okay. I apologize for not seeing that sooner. I do apologize. It's right here in front of my face. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up to the board, and because I blitzed on him twice already, Mr. Galley, where are you? I'm coming to you first, sir.
Oh, man, the pressure's on.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, have you identified voting members for this matter yet?
I have not, but I'm gonna say that it's myself, Mr. Baker, Mr. Tansey, and Mr. Haynes. There he is.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Galley, what do you got?
Sorry, Mr. Galley.
That's okay. It's okay. Any delay is appreciated. But, performance anxiety here. I didn't really have any questions. I was overly concerned after I heard the general description of it, of the intention of the drink service. I mean, it's so actually my questions have already been answered. I was going to ask you really what the kind of drink menu is going to be, but I think I've got an idea. I've gone out to brunch and and I've been to a bar, so I know, like you said, it's not going to be not gonna be a bar hall, so actually I don't have any questions because you've already answered them in the opening statement.
I appreciate that, Mr. Galley.
I'm comfortable with that. Sorry, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Perfect. If you think of anything, voice up.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna go to Mr. Baker Senior. Talk to me, sir.
Through you to the petitioner, are you gonna change the hours from the original order conditions?
So the hours are gonna be 7:30 to 2:30. The only difference is we're gonna be closed on Mondays. Just with staffing situations and COVID and everything, staffing's kind of been a little tricky for the restaurant industry. So when starting out, that's the original plan, is to be closed on Mondays and then 7:30 to 2:30, Tuesday through Sunday.
7:30 to 2:30?
Yes, sir.
Tuesday through
The
Sunday.
conditions now are 7 a.m. to 8 p.m.
That was a condition, but then since past July, they actually ended up bringing down their hours to about 7 to 3. They stopped the dinner service.
Okay, and that's going to be Tuesday to Sunday?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That's all I had, Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Coming back around, and again, Mr. Baker Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Loconsolo. First, I want to wish you well in your venture. It's always nice to see local people succeed in the community. I just had a couple of questions based on your application. And actually, you've just answered one as far as the hours are concerned. Do you plan on offering a separate brunch menu? Or
no.
Okay.
Yeah, so starting out, it'll be a straightforward menu that will just carry out throughout the week. Yeah.
So whatever's on the menu Tuesday is on the same menu Sunday.
Yeah, and we'll be offering daily specials also.
Okay. I recall in your application, you had indicated that at some point you may enter into dinner service. Is that kind of way down the road, or is that something you're thinking
Again,
about?
that just kind of, that's more of like a staffing situation where we're just starting out. It's been very hard with everything going on in the pandemic. So we're kind of hoping that we'll be able to eventually get there, but we want to just get our feet wet and just start off just doing one thing really well first. And then hopefully we can move on to that as hopefully times change.
Okay. You had mentioned in your application wanting to serve brunch-style cocktails, and I'm not quite sure what those are.
10:30 Boilermaker.
There you go. So yeah, just your standard, obviously mimosas, Bloody Marys, think espresso martinis, French toast martinis.
Okay, no,
kinda getting
that's right. So I kind of gather that as suggested in your response to, or your question by the other Mr. Baker, the senior Mr. Baker, that there may be an actual cocktail menu.
Yeah, so there'll probably be about I would think an 8 to 10 cocktail limited menu that we'll have available to order. And that's basically like the main purpose is to be paired with food,
Sure.
like we said earlier.
Okay. A little bit uncertain as to the language here. You refer to a small bar area, but not full bar. Now, I think I'm confusing two concepts here. One, probably what you just explained to me, as far as the types of drinks to be offered, and the other, where those are going to be offered. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's basically going to be what we determined for the space wise. It's a 7-seat area, so kind of like your diner style, where you can sit up at the countertop. It's more of a countertop than a bar. There's going to be coffee served there, but yes, of course, you can order a drink there as well. So it is considered a bar, but it's more of like how Butterfield's was, if you've ever been in there, when you could walk in, single could sit at a countertop.
Yep.
We've just arranged the countertop in a straight line instead of jagged out the way that they had it. But at the end of the day, it's still basically just a countertop eating area.
Okay, in the counter that's so labeled in the plan you submitted with the application, is that as it was or as it will be?
So that layout was the original plan.
Okay.
The layout that it's the same dimensions, but instead of it coming out, we actually just went straight across. They actually had a bigger seating area, and we kind of limited it to, we brought it down to 7 because we're hoping to offer to go like a takeout area as well there.
Nice. So do you, during this process, do you plan to present a revised plan, or?
Sure, if it's necessary, that would be no problem at all.
Hold on, a revised what plan?
How it's going to look as opposed to how it looks now.
Mr. Rubel? Have they submitted an architectural plan to you?
No, we have just the plans on the remodeling of the bathroom. A lot of the work that they're doing down there is all cosmetic. A lot of it doesn't even require a building permit. The floor, they are doing a lot of work there. The work that's needed permitted, they are permitted, and they pulled permits for it. So as far as the site plans, no need for one.
No need for a site plan and no need for an architectural plan.
No.
Sounds good to me. Thank you.
I will need an occupancy load though.
Okay. I don't know who's going to end up having to take care of that. Andrew, I'm assuming that's going to be you.
Yeah, and that's something that I would probably work out with the fire department. Is that what is deemed safe for operation?
I set the occupancy load and the fire department enforces it.
Okay.
This is usually where an architectural plan comes into place. So that's the only reason why I would question it at this point. But if it's not required and you don't need it to figure out the occupancy, I'm not gonna step on that. So
it determines how many spots in the bathroom you have too.
And this is why we have an architect on the board. So again, this is where I'm gonna ask you, Mr. Haynes. This is something that he should be talking to an architect about.
It is, this isn't a zoning issue per se, but it'll be up to the Tom Rubel, to look at the occupancy and make sure that the restaurant meets the building codes for that occupancy.
Well, again, it's not a zoning issue, so I'm gonna take that off the table at this point. Andrew, you just keep that in mind that that's maybe something that you have to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Baker Senior, do you have anything else for the applicant?
I do not. And again, thank you for your responsiveness, Mr. Lucas.
Thank you.
Gonna keep going to Mr. Tanzi.
Good evening, Andrew. Wish you the best.
Thank you.
Just have you considered anything with respect to the signage? I mean, either the sign at Butterworth's, I don't know whether it's a regulation sign or if it's got grandfathering conditions associated with it, but you do want to be aware that Rockland does have a sign bylaw, sign regulations in their zoning bylaw that you'll have to conform with.
Yep, we've actually already been approved. The new sign's actually up. Mr. Rubel has already approved our sign permit, and
Okay.
it's actually gone up about 2 weeks ago now.
Okay,
So
so
yeah, we went through the process of applying for the sign permit.
Very good. And it sounds like your business is gonna be the same, if not less than what Butterworth's were. So I don't have a problem with parking or any of the logistics of food deliveries or anything like that. So I really don't have any further questions.
Mr. Tanzi, I thank you. Last but not least, Mr. Haynes.
I had just a clarification, though I have to say, when I read the original decisions for getting the booze at Butterfield's, I enjoyed that they wrote alcohol shall be served with meals as a condition. So it read to me like you have to serve alcohol with meals in order to.
Although, Mr. Haynes, we may want to tinker with that language a little bit, because that suggests that alcohol service is mandatory.
Shouldn't it be? Let's be realistic.
Which isn't necessarily a bad idea. But
alcohol shall be
I'd
served
like
with meals. So, but it raised the question for me. I had first read that you were going to be having a small bar area, and so I was wondering if you would be able to get a drink at this bar area. So I'm just curious how do you plan on handle somebody who comes and they sit down at the counter and they order a drink? Maybe they're waiting for a table. So will it, is it going to be like when you go to eat outside in Boston and you try to order a drink and they'll say like, you have to order food? So how will you handle?
So for us, we actually have like a small display case that we're doing with local chefs. We're doing pastries. And so I think something that we might end up doing is, you can order a cocktail, but it has to be with the purchase of one of a small item. It doesn't necessarily have to be an expensive menu item, but it could be, a small Danish or something of that sort, which would, complement the cocktail.
So it is going to be, it's not going to be have a cocktail while you wait to go get a table kind of thing.
Right.
But it's going to sit down, they can order something at that spot.
Exactly.
They might want to eat at the counter and could get a drink at that counter when they're there. So it's really like a counter spot to eat.
Correct.
Not a waiting area.
Right.
So with maybe some twist on that language, that alcohol shall be served with meals, maybe meals shall be served with alcohol. And the question sort of came up, but I was going to ask it in a slightly different way, which was, I noted that you were going to be adding dinner, and I was wondering if we wanted to review. One of the conditions was, I think, that if there are any changes in the hours, that you'd have to return and reappear before the board. And so I was just wondering if we want to look at sort of a bigger picture of the hours of operation rather than maybe where you're going to start, maybe where you're, but where you're going in terms of hours. And then, as we know, I think the selectmen set the hours for liquor service. So just something we might want to talk about a little bit in more detail, either among board members or with you, because if we give you hours of operation as a decision here, if you want to change that, you would have to come back and ask for a change to your hours. So I think
this was actually, oh, I'm sorry.
I was just
This
going to
was
say, from my
brought to my
perspective, I'd rather.
attention. Right, just deal with it now. Yeah, actually, Miss Shuttlesworth, she was the one that actually suggested that I include that in what we're trying to do tonight for that reason, where it is such a expensive, lengthy process to go in front of the zoning board, with the thought of eventually opening up for dinner service, just based on the economy and times. We're hoping that we could just work that out tonight, so it could be something that would be possible without having to come before the board again.
Good. And so with that in mind, were you thinking your dinner service might go later than right now? Right now, they were Thursday through Saturday until 9 and liquor service till 9. Were you thinking about being open later? Have you asked for the liquor approval for a later hour?
So we haven't asked for later hours. I didn't know if it was going to be something that had to be addressed tonight, or it would be brought. I didn't know if it was going to be mandatory to be brought up later. But I think the thought would be, if we were to do dinners, what we're trying to be is going to stay the same during dinner service or lunch. We're not trying to be a hangout bar place. So it would probably be, dinner service ends at 9. The kitchen closes at 9. So, the last person that has dinner, that's when we stop serving alcohol as well.
The last call.
Yeah.
Great. And that would be the same, so Thursday through Saturday?
Yes, most likely. I don't foresee us really being open Tuesday through Wednesday. It would most likely be, yes, like a Thursday through Saturday dinner service.
So I know somebody else read these, but the existing was 7 a.m. Monday through Wednesday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Thursday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Sunday 7 to 6.
Mm-hmm.
So this would, from my perspective, this would be a time for us either to change those, tweak those, or just assume that we're going to keep the same hours as Butterfield for your approval.
Okay. So if we decided that we wanted to stay open later, because there's going to be potential for us in the future to potentially do private dinners, like we might do wine dinners that we're pairing with food, because we're doing breakfast and lunch, but we're also trained in other cuisines as well. So it might be something fun that we might decide that we're going to do a wine pairing, and that might be something that will turn into later than 9 o'clock. Is that something that is possible to talk about now? Where I don't know exactly when that might end. If there could be private events that we do that might go to 11 o'clock, birthday parties or, that type of things.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know, I can't speak to what a private event or that might be outside of business hours. I know that, again, that's liquor license is not in our, it's not in our domain, and the hours for them are not in our domain either. But if the restaurant itself was going to be open, and maybe our town council would have to address this. I don't know what's the, for special events, what it would be, but hours of operation would be another matter, and that's something we would put in a decision now.
Okay.
The other way to look at it is we could do like we do with the marijuana facilities. Come back to us in a year. We'll review it in a year and see if everything's going appropriately. You know, going as good or better than what was hoped. And that's the other way to look at it. And at least that way we can just get it, you know, we can get it taken care of then. That way there's not a lot of thinking about it. I see a Mr. Galley raising his hand.
I've got a question that we've been asking about the alcohol and everything. I was just curious, what's the general menu of the cuisine intended to be of the food? I'm just curious what the menu.
So it's it'll continue to be breakfast and lunch like Butterfield's was. So it'll be brunch style food. We intend to keep the same traditional breakfast food, but we're kind of offering it with like a creative, elevated twist. We're offering things such as we're doing our own house-made smoked hash, where we're smoking our own brisket. You know, making our own pickles, making our own jam. So we're trying to be like a scratch kitchen, very locally sourcing ingredients the best we can. So just trying to give the community something different that they really haven't seen in this area for a little bit.
Okay, so maybe a little bit more fresh ingredients kind of thing, more like you said, more from scratch.
Yeah, more of a scratch kitchen.
Okay, sounds yummy. Thank you.
Thank you.
You had me at wine dinner.
I really have nothing to. I have nothing to ask at this point. I was nervous about this. I'll be honest with you. I was nervous when I first heard about this. Butterfields. Oh my God, it's gone. That I was worried about this. That's been a staple in this town for, where are we, like almost 40 years, for crying out loud. And it's a very long time. So I was really nervous about this. And then some dude named Stevie G wants to come in and turn things around. And I was really nervous about this, but this is why I like these meetings. I've got no questions at this point. As long as you serve a nice Pinot Grigio, that's all I care about. If you've got a nice wine selection, I'll be there in force. Mr. Rubel, do you have anything you need to talk about?
No, I'm all set. They're doing a great job. They pulled all the necessary permits. So like I said, once everything's done, I will like that occupancy load though.
Okay.
All right. Attorney Galvin, you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I probably just want to know who is going to be the manager that's licensed and will actually be in charge of the facility, and will the manager be there at least on a full-time basis?
Andrew, do you want to take that?
Yeah, so that'll be myself. So I'm the registered manager, and then also my brother Matt. He's also a manager as well. So we're owners together, and we both plan on being there all the time.
That is one of, I'm looking at the original conditions. That was condition, basically that was condition number one. That had to be labeled, saying that'll get taken care of. Thank you, Attorney Galvin. Is there anybody that wants to speak in favor of this application? Is there anybody that wants to speak opposed? Hearing none, I go back to my board members. Anybody else got anything to add, subtract, talk about? Hearing none, I'm going to.
Motion to close the public hearing.
I got a motion. I need a second.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second to close the open portion of this hearing. Roll call. Myself is a yes. Mr. Baker Senior.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Baker Junior.
Yes.
Is it yes? Mr. Tanzi.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Haynes.
Yes.
Rock and roll. All right, again,
Thank you.
cheat sheet. The board will deliberate tonight, and you are welcome to stay. You will receive a decision in the mail with a date stamp, 21 days from the date stamp on the decision. Go to the town clerk's office, request a certificate of no appeal, and if no one has appealed, the town clerk will give you a certification and a copy of the original decision. Take those to the registry of deeds and have them recorded. One of the conditions is always to show the building department proof of recording and the occupancy load. At least in this case.
All right.
At least in this case. All right, all set with that one. Again, we'll take care of this tonight. Hang out, go offline if you want to. Again, we've got one more that we gotta get through. I'm gonna give everybody a 5-10 minute break after that so we can just decompress a little bit. And then we'll make the decision. So from
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very
Members of
much.
the board.
Not a problem, gentlemen. We'll talk to
Thank
you.
you.
We'll talk to you in a little while.
Mr. Chairman, do you need me? I'm actually traveling in Rochester, New York, and haven't eaten dinner yet, so I'd like to.
No, please sit down. No, do what you gotta do.
You're not gonna ask me any more questions. Close,
No, there's
correct?
no questions. It's literally, if we all agree that we're gonna approve this, we're gonna go over conditions and we'll just make it happen.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate the board's time. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
President.
Council.
Enjoy dinner.
Thank you.
All right, where is not this one? We're gonna go with this one. Remotely contacted, and 15, this is the right one. Yes. 8:15, remotely conducted public hearing will be held by the Rockland Zoning Board of Appeals on Tuesday, December 7th, 2021 at 8:15 PM on the special permit issued to Health Circle Inc. of 21 Commerce Road, Rockland, Mass. 02370. Case number 2019-22 dated April 23rd, 2020 to review compliance with condition number 12 of the original special permit with the Zoning Board of Appeals, as well as to discuss any adverse impacts from the operation of the RMD, including traffic impacts on neighboring businesses based on this review. Based on this review, the ZBA will consider modifications to the special permit, including, if necessary, appointment-only conditions. Period. The property is located in the H1 Industrial Park Zone. It's getting late. The property is located in the H1 Industrial Park Hotel District zoning district located at 21 Commerce Road and is further identified as lot 4-26 on the Rockland Assessors maps. The owner of the property is Black Pond Development Corp., 20 East Street, Hanover. The applicant and all interested parties are advised to check the town's website and the zoning board's webpage for additional information and remote meeting details. Where is Mr. Westport? Mr. Westport, how you doing, sir?
Not too bad. How you guys doing?
Not too bad. You gonna take the lead on this?
Yeah. So basically, we're just trying to accomplish a couple things here. One, when we've been open for about a year now. So you guys wanted to make sure that there was no issues with traffic, no issues with parking, no issues with the neighbors, kind of go over everything to make sure that you're comfortable with what we've been doing for the last year, which I believe you will be. As far as I know, we have had no complaints from any neighbors or anybody. We had the police and fire sign a letter saying that they've had no issues. Everything's been fine. So I think we're okay there. So then the other portions of it, so on the special permit, besides the number 12, which is the 1-year review, also the number 11, we have where currently it was appointment only. There hasn't been a lot of lines, a lot of traffic. I just want to talk about that, trying to get rid of appointment only. Item number 18 is where it was up to the police chief how long we would need a detail. He doesn't think a detail is necessary at all there. So want to remove that. Number 19 was if we needed an attendant in the lot, according to the police chief, which I don't think not the chief, the lieutenant, by the way. I think we're fine there. And then also they wanted us to have paperwork about where you can park, that you can't take a right-hand turn, everything, kind of about the parking. We have that on our website. We have that in sight. I don't think we need to hand it out anymore. It's kind of, I hate to say it, but a lot of people are the same people that come in over and over. So it's kind of defeats the purpose. Those were kind of like the quick and easy ones. The two ones that we might need, well, you guys can talk about whichever ones you want, but might need a little more. I am going to have a grow there shortly, and I have a medical special permit. And going through these to see what conditions we were going to talk about, I realized the medical special permit says the store can only be open till 8 o'clock, whereas the recreational special permit says it can be open until 9 o'clock. So I just wanted to move medical till 9. So if I have a medical patient come in at 8 o'clock, I don't have to tell them, no, you can't buy anything under your permit. But if you just want to pay cash and higher tax, you can at the regular dispensary, because they're going to be co-located. So they're right in the same store. There's just different POS machines. So I think that would be confusing to some people if one section closes an hour early before the others. And then those were like the quick and easy one. The other one was the temporary sign permit. I had submitted a sign permit. I think A.W. Perry wrote a letter that they didn't like it or whatever else. I have then since changed the sign where it basically just says Health Circle, recreational cannabis, Rockland, Massachusetts, and it's got my name on it and my symbol. The first sign only had my like HC symbol on it. It didn't have my name, which I think that's where people had some confusion with. So that's what I'm trying to accomplish in a nutshell. You guys can tell me what you got for questions, if you want to bang them out one by one and just go through them, or how you want to do this. I'm open to anything. So.
Okay, first and foremost, I want to double check with my board members. Everybody got the letter from police and fire, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, everybody's happy there. Mr. Rubel? Any issues?
Mr. Chairman.
Any issues with Health Circle?
Nope, I have no complaints. Everything's been going fine.
All right, I do want to, the one thing that I do want to bring up is that sign. Where you're very adamant that that sign cannot go there, correct?
Well, I believe under the on the promotional signs, the vertical banners are considered a promotional sign. And it's not like I denied it. I just wanted to go to the board and see if the board wants to give them the special permit for that, where our bylaw says you can't have promotional signs.
Mr. Westort, do you have a picture of that sign that you could share with, that you could share on the screen?
Yeah, I think I sent it. Shit. So,
Is that banner a vertical wing shaped sign?
yes, yes. So the first rendition just said recreational cannabis and had my, like, what, I don't know what you call it, logo on it. It didn't have the name and the address or whatever else. So I think that was with the confusion, like I was promoting recreational cannabis. So this one basically has full Health Circle name, recreational cannabis, the address and everything like that. So it's not really promoting anything. It's saying what the business is that's located there.
Mr. Rubel, when you look at that and you see the words recreational cannabis on that, is that what you consider promotional?
Yeah. Yep. If you look under the bylaw, 415-38-5, and then we get down here to C-8, it says no outside display or storage of marijuana, related supplies, or promotional material are allowed.
Mr. Westort, he does have a point.
Okay, but I'm not promoting anything. That's what I sell in the store. There's no like, oh, come in, buy 2 joints, get 1 free. I got vape pens in here, or I've got bongs. Like my name, like I do business as Health Circle, a cannabis company. Like that is what I do. Like that is what the store is. It's not an individual item. Like you can't go in and say, I want to buy a recreational cannabis. Like it doesn't, it's not a product. I can't be promoting it. You know what I mean? Like it is what the business is. It would be like if I was a car dealer and I said Health Circle auto dealer. Like that's what, you know what I mean? Like that's what is happening there. It's not a specific product. Like it's the name, it's the business. Same thing as like, a frame shop, like Health Circle frame shop. Okay. Like I can't go in and get a frame shop. I can go buy a frame. You know what I mean? Like, I guess, so I'm not promoting anything. I thought the issue was with the style, and the style was just done because, I hate to say it, it was cheaper. I didn't have money to put in a full like stand-up sign that says recreational, Health Circle recreational cannabis. It's just, it cost me more than I have.
I understand, Mr. Rubel, he does also have a point. So we're gonna have to talk about this. I just wanted to get that out in the open right now. Because so far, everything that I've heard from everybody, there's no issues with your establishment, sir. Building still looks good. The parking still looks good. The interior looks good. I mean, everything about it. I've not heard one bad word about your establishment. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open this up to the board, give them a chance to get their 2 cents in. And because you're right on top, Mr. Baker Senior, I'm going to you.
I have no problem with any of the property up there. The only thing is I have a tendency to agree with the building inspector on the sign. Because I remember when we were going over this back when we first came out with new signage and stuff, we always was adamant about nothing being said or shown that there is any kind of marijuana or anything, any other product on the signage. I would distinctly remember that we didn't want signs showing buds or flowers.
Symbology or anything like that.
Right.
Yep.
The wordage or any kind of wordage pertaining to the products being sold there.
There's no pictures of anything else. Like, I mean, is it the word cannabis? Because that, I mean, that's basically what we do. That's the name of my company. It's a cannabis company. Like, so I get like, well, you don't sell, we sell weed or come by, you know what I mean? Come by joints. I get that. I mean, on the highway, I have a sign that says got cannabis now open or whatever else. And that's on a state highway. And their rules are stricter. And I have a copy of the new banner. I can forward so you can see it. It just, what if you see the sign, I think you'll be like, okay, this doesn't really promote anything. Tom, you want me to send it to you? Can you forward it?
No, my mind is made up. I mean, if you got if you got something you want to submit to the board, you submit it to the board.
Can he put it on his computer screen and share his screen? Because I think it's a feature on the Zoom to do that, share your screen.
I'm all set, Rob, anyway.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Baker. If you have that ability, and down on the bottom of my screen, I've got a share screen. I'm assuming you have it also.
Watch your tabs. Make sure we don't see anything you don't want us to see.
I know, exactly.
Okay, hold on. Now you got me nervous to shut everything else down.
No, just make sure there's no other tabs.
Yeah, hold on. Sorry, I'm just shutting stuff down to make sure we're all good. Do we want to go over the other items? That's why I'm doing this, or what? We good with the other items?
Let's see. Let me just put this back together here. I had it. To do,
How do I share
screen? No, that's not it. We got this one. That's not it.
Start share. Here we go. You guys see my screen?
Yep.
Yep.
There we go. Yep.
Man, I'm learning something new every day.
Yeah. Just don't click on the file called taxes.
All right, hold on. Can you see that?
Yep.
Got it.
So as I said, it's just say like it's my company.
No, it's saying healthcare recreational cannabis.
Which is,
you can't say that. It can't, in my opinion, it can't say that through the sign bylaw. And I agree with Tom Rubel.
Okay, but what am I'm not promoting, I'm saying what my business is, I guess. Like, that's what I do. Like, a promotion to me is like, Jiffy Lube, come in today, we got $20 off, like, or a 2-for-1 special, like a promotion, like, or, you know, I'm not promoting anything. I'm explaining what I do at this location.
I got a question.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm curious about the sign bylaw. Is this a bylaw that's unique to say cannabis, or is it a bylaw that's to any retail outlet?
This is specific to a marijuana facility.
Okay. And
You
it
see,
says,
the bylaw for the marijuana says you can't do promotional or have pictures or that depict like marijuana or marijuana type products.
Mhm. Do you have, Mr. Westbrook, do you have something specific that says that the name of the company is Health Circle Recreational Cannabis? Because everything that I've seen thus far, whether it's on the website, whether it's in your facility, the name of the business is Health Circle.
Yeah.
And that's it. You have something.
Now, so I do, so really what I do business as, like the DBA is Health Circle, a cannabis company. So like my business cards and stuff like that, the logos, it would say Health Circle, a cannabis company.
What does it say on your business certificate with the town?
Oh, I probably Health Circle. I don't know. I'm guessing Health Circle because I just started cannabis company probably. The whole point with Health Circle was when it was medical.
Yep.
It made more sense. Now that it's not medical,
No,
like
absolutely. No,
if
I absolutely understand. But the thing is that at this point, the board's hands are a little bit tied. Because if the name of the business was Health Circle Recreational Cannabis, it would lead in, it would work a little bit better towards the non-promotional because it was actually the registered name for the business. Because the registered name for the business is Health Circle, the next line that comes down, recreational cannabis. That's what you sell there. See, mobile, like a mobile sign, you don't need to know what mobile sells. Everybody knows mobile sells gas.
well, I hope to get to that point, but
Right, and we all want you to. We all want you to.
Rob, if I may,
Please.
under section 415-38-4, under the marijuana zoning, paragraph 8, subsection D. Signs shall not utilize graphic related to marijuana or paraphernalia on the exterior of the building in which the RMD is located. And then number C is signage shall only identify the building by its registered name.
If the registered name was Health Circle Recreational Cannabis, it changes everything.
Oh, right, our hands would be tied.
Our hands wouldn't be tied anymore. And it's that absolutely changes everything. But I don't know if we would have accepted that name in the beginning, because the whole point is that it's, unfortunately, it's.
yeah, but like South Shore Buds, people know what Buds is. Like Buds is weed. Like, I mean, like, I don't know.
I hear where you're going with that. I honestly do. You know I do.
Yeah.
But in the end, South Shore Buds, isn't their logo two guys shaking hands? Because they're buds.
Oh, I don't know. Is it really? I don't know.
So it's like they're circumnavigating a little bit. Which it is what it is. I'm not saying nothing about them. I don't know about them. It is what it is.
I'm just giving examples or whatever.
No, I understand. Believe me, I understand. If the registered name of the business was Health Circle Recreational Cannabis,
yep,
I think that would give us more of a reason to be able to say, hey, this is not a promotional sign. It is only a sign that is telling people this is the business. The other way to look at this is the only place you could put this is on your property. So it's not like honestly, it's not like anybody's going to see it on Hingham Street.
Right.
And that's the other way to look at this. You could really only put these signs out in front of the building. By the time somebody's at your building, people are already going to be at your building when they see the sign. and they know what they're going to the building for, so they don't need a sign to say, this is what I'm buying, this is what gets sold at the building. So it's almost I don't want to say catch 22. That doesn't seem right, but I mean, it's like anybody that's going to see
You
the
know what
sign
it
is already going to know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like it's something that is attracting new customers. If this was something that you could have at the intersection of Commerce and Hingham Street, from an advertisement standpoint, it's a different story, but you can't do that. So,
Question on that. Can you
Yep.
not put a sign on somebody else's property if they give you permission?
if you sign, I'm assuming that if you signed a lease agreement, with it and it worked.
Hey,
with
hey, Rob,
these
would you like me
bylaws-
to weigh in on any of this? It's Bob Galvin.
Oh, Mr. Galvin, Attorney Galvin, please step up, sir.
Okay, putting a sign on somebody else's property to identify your business is called a billboard. Okay, that is not permitted. Okay. Second of all, the feather sign that appears to be used there is probably a promotional material because it does tend to draw attention to the business that's inside, but I think it's better described as a temporary sign. And you're only allowed one temporary sign for up to 60 days in a calendar year. And you can only do that with a permit issued by Mr. Rubel. So that sign has no right to be there without a permit from Mr. Rubel to begin with. And if Mr. Rubel thinks it's promotional material as opposed to a temporary sign, that's his call to make. And I think the board should just defer to him. Okay, and that'd be my recommendation. All right.
Now, if it was a different type of sign, and let's say it was a permanent sign, like, because I'm allowed two because I'm on a corner lot. If it was like a vertical standalone sign that was permanent,
You get a pole sign or a standing sign and you get a wall sign. That's what you get in
Right.
Rockland.
okay, so if I got the standing, whatever vertical sign, my company was named, okay, and it's still not named Health Cycle Recreational Cannabis, so I couldn't put it on that sign out front, is what we're saying.
I think you can use your name.
Use the name, but you can't, at this point, it can't be, you can't say anything about recreational cannabis because it's not a part of the company's name. If it was a part of the company's name, I think that's a way around it.
Yeah, that's
Attorney Galvin would have to weigh in on that, but I don't know.
I mean, look at it. I mean, like Cure Relief is over in Hanover. Okay. And, that's their name. That's what's on their sign. I know what you're talking about, Mike, when you talk about South Shore Buds, because that's their name. But, on the sign that they've erected in Marshfield, they have a street sign that's 40 square feet or less, and it says South Shore Buds. It's a black and white sign, and then on their building, they have another sign that says South Shore Buds. There's no symbols or anything else. It doesn't say what they sell or anything like that. And I think that's kind of the spirit of the bylaws themselves. I think that's how we viewed it. We certainly appreciate your business, don't want to see you struggle in any way, shape, or form, but you gotta remember this industry is still a fledgling industry. And part of the trade-off for, I think, allowing the industry was some limitation on the amount of in-your-face type advertising that goes on with respect to some of these businesses. And I think the town still tried to incorporate some of that because, Rockland is a town that really does support these businesses, but, it also doesn't want to see every sign for every business here talking about cannabis, and even if that is what you sell. And I agree, you're not doing anything that says, we're offering 50-cent, joints. That would definitely not be allowed. Or
That's what I guess I thought a promotion was. You know what I mean? Like a promotion is like a special.
Yeah, well, it's a narrow definition of promotional materials, what you're giving. And, when you put those feather signs out there, they flap in the breeze and they move around a little bit. And, they're designed to attract attention to your business. And no one thinks that you're a bad guy for doing it. I think you just got to get a permit. You might have to just limit it to Health Circle,
The other question that I want to ask is, You know, you go to just about any convenience store, whether it's 7-Eleven, Mobile, some of the package stores, you see the signs that say CBD sold here. Isn't that kind of along the same lines?
I think Mr. Rubel would never get done enforcing all the sign violations that occur when he has them. But I mean, obviously, if something comes to his attention,
Right.
he can't look the other way. And I
It's
think
just-
that's what he's trying to communicate.
Right, and I understand that, and I see that. I just, I look at it both. I look at it both ways. I see a giant Mr. Galley hand.
Yes. I'm not sure if I'm looking at the right bylaw. I was trying to pull up the one that was mentioned, and I found one, and I think this might have been what we just talking about. Number 7, no signage shall be permitted that contains designs or symbols that depict or display in any way marijuana products, equipment, or plants, or other similar materials. Now, and then no displays or storage of marijuana-related supplies or promotional materials are allowed. Now, again, I don't know if just the word, like you were saying about CBD oil sold here and things like that, I don't know if words count as symbols in the first sentence, or I just don't know if I agree that the word cannabis, like the applicant's saying, that the word, recreational cannabis counts as promotional material. I mean, I don't know. It's like I said, it's not a symbol. It's not the weed symbol, and it's not the thing that the gaudy symbol everyone's trying to avoid.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I'm of the opinion, and I'm not a voting member of this. But
Shoot, come on, why can't you be a voting member?
But I'm of the opinion that just that word doesn't come across against the spirit of the bylaw that I read.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't seem to be
You read number 8.
the meaning of it.
Okay, Steve, you read number 8. Right at the beginning, it says, no outside display or storage of marijuana. So is that an outside display?
I would think a display of marijuana would be like, I don't know, in a window or a poster.
Yep.
Like when you go in the Chinese restaurant and there's a platter that like has exactly what you'll be ordering on it.
Or when you go to the fish market and the lobster tank is right there. That's promotional.
I mean, I know everyone's on the same side. We want to get things moving. But like I remember years ago driving through what was it? Situate, or I forget what the town was, by Kingston. And I saw that the Dunkin' Donuts had gray signs because they don't allow color. And I feel like not being able to put the word cannabis, which is practically the most innocent sounding word for marijuana that we have right now.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like having no color on your Dunkin' Donuts sign. That's just. But I mean, if it's the letter of the law, then that's if it's against the letter of the law. But it doesn't seem to be against the letter of the law, to me, of the bylaw. That's all I can say about that right now.
I agree with you, Mr. Galley. I do. I absolutely do. It's not symbology. It's not. I don't believe that it's going against the bylaw per se. But it is not. I can't see how. If the business was named, if that was a part of the business name, I could see it. I could see it.
Mr. Rosa, could I interrupt again?
Absolutely.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I actually, having read that again, I agree with Mr. Galley. I think that he can use the words recreational cannabis or adult use or cannabis or medical, dispensary in it without that being a display of marijuana products or supplies or necessarily being a promotional material. It is purely a fact that is what that business is. Okay. but it doesn't change my opinion that he needed a permit to put it up. And a feather sign like that can only exist for up to 60 days. A static sign, pole sign, and a wall sign are permitted, but
Okay.
that's how I would view it. I think Mr. Galley is correct, because if Health Circle's name used an H and it was in the shape of a marijuana joint or something like that, that would be a symbol of marijuana. Or there was a play on like the C, or with a symbol that might reflect, something like that. That would be a name that's not permitted. But I do think that the words recreational cannabis are not in and of itself a promotional message, other than it says that what it sells. So I think if they can keep under the sign dimensional requirements, I do think it could be permissible.
All right, we jumped right into this, and I blew by everybody. Mr. Baker Senior, I know you had a chance to speak. Everybody else is raising their hands. Mr. Baker Junior, I'm coming to you first. Or second.
Mr. Tanzi's had his hand up long before I did.
And Mr. Tanzi, I'm going to default to you, and then I'm going to go to Mr. Baker Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been by Health Circle, and I have no problem with that sign. And I do agree with Mr. Galley's interpretation and Mr. Galvin's interpretation. It's not promotional. It's not a display of having an ounce bag of marijuana or something that's off color. Just about every RMD, they have various names. They have the alphabet letter, the CBD. They have 2 buds. They have other names for their businesses that users of that product understand exactly what they're saying. They're saying, smoke your pot is what the name of it is. Legally not. I mean, but the name intrinsic in the name has a dual meaning. And here you've got, Mr. Westford, who's got the most honest and just conservative, straightforward business sign, which I think Mr. Galley hit it, 100%. When you're dealing with the spirit and the intent of the law, I think Mr. Westford is clearly more conservative than any of these other businesses. I think he's more in tune with the spirit of the law than these other businesses. And I have a problem with prejudicing this man over every other business that has a catchy cliche, a dual meaning, business name. As far as the sign's concerned, it's not a temporary promotion. It's a constant business. Now, if he wants to, if the sign has the legal dimensions of it meets our bylaw and doesn't need any special permit, what's the nature of it being temporal? Because it's not, a strong material. I mean,
It's a banner sign. Because what it's actually made out of.
But doesn't he have that sign up against the wall of his business? I mean, it's not out. I don't know if it's flapping the breeze or not, but I mean,
based on the construction of it, it's considered a temporary banner sign. If it was an actual pole sign, A-frame signs we don't allow, but I mean, if it was an actual pole sign that had, I don't know, wind tolerances or something like that, constructually, deal with it all. It's considered, based on its construction, it's considered a temporary sign, which is only good for 60 days anyway.
If this will make.
Hypothetically, if he took a sheet of plywood and took a jigsaw and carved out the same shape as that banner and stapled the banner to it and had it on a fixed pole where it's, whatever, we're getting into the semantics. So
I know,
that's the other thing.
That's the problem.
I mean,
with it.
moving on from the sign, here's another thing. The hours of from, somebody who wants to party can buy a product at 9 o'clock up to 9 o'clock at night. Somebody who needs it for a medical reason is cut off at 8. And I remember that condition. I couldn't make rhyme or reason why we were forced into that. It's my understanding that we were forced into that from some state regulation, but it certainly doesn't make any sense to me why, a person who uses this product for a medicinal use. I mean, my mother-in-law, who's 72, uses this product for a medicinal use. And if she needed it and it's 8:02, she can't get it, but somebody who wants to go out and party can buy up for another 58 minutes. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
So anyway, there's my bent.
Thank you, Mr. Tanzi. I'm coming back to you, Mr. Baker, Mr. Baker Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, just on a practical matter, I think anyone in this discussion should need not operate under the assumption that whatever is on a sign is effective. For the longest time, I thought Curaleaf was a high-end tea shop. So what do I know? A couple of things. I would respectfully disagree with some of my colleagues on the opinion of what is what is promotional and what is not. I think the notion of recreational cannabis on the sign doesn't just advertise the product, it advertises the use to it or a use to which it can be put. And I think when you get to that stage, it can reasonably be read as promotional. On the issue of the hours, I agree 100% with Mr. Tanzi. If there is no legal impediment to the hours being evened off at 9 p.m., I certainly have no objection to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. I appreciate that. Mr. Haynes, where are you now? Right there. I haven't come to you yet.
Are you coming to me now?
Yes, I'm coming to you now.
I guess here's what's a little confusing to me. So I thought we were discussing our provision that on or about the first anniversary, we'd have a meeting to review the special permit, including traffic impacts. So I'm just curious if we're talking about things in this meeting that and are deciding things that were these advertised as such? Should we be actually talking about some of this stuff that the applicant is asking, or are we just purely talking?
It's coming back to both the 2016 and I believe it's the 2016 because 2016 was the medical, and then 2020 was the recreational. Basically, we're coming back after the year and going over any of the conditions that Mr. Westport kind of wants to change. And one of them, I believe, was the signage.
Interesting. Okay, so we put in this condition 12 to come back because of the parking and everything. So I just wanted to review the whole fact. So we advertised. So just humor me for a second. So we say that we're going to review compliance with condition number 12 of the special permit, as well as, I've got a second, my internet is unstable, it's blocking my view of this. So, as well as discuss any adverse impacts from the operation, including traffic impacts. So, so I'm just wondering, I'm curious if these things, if these things are well within our agenda. So
Based on this review, the ZBA will consider. I believe that it is. Attorney Galvin may have to ring in on that, but I do believe that it is a part of it.
So, my specific questions were just sort of related around the traffic. So we've got notes from the police and fire about traffic. In our deliberations and conditions, we talked about getting some reports and hearing a little bit about the sort of specific turnouts. And I'm just wondering, have we gotten any reports? And if not, I would love to hear about some of the things we were curious about, detailing the number of visits to the facility, average customer times, times that they're there until they depart. So these were the reports that we asked for in addition to, of course, hearing from the police. It's great to hear, but we wanted to hear some of those, what the numbers have been, how many people are coming, what the turnout has been like, how long they've been waiting in the parking spots. So some of those questions we had originally, that was the reason for condition number 12.
You want some answers?
Yep. So why don't we start there? So question A was, do we have reports? And B, if not, can you detail some of those questions we wanted to hear about?
I'll gladly answer anything you can. The only thing, maybe on a public meeting, not answering like the number of people, and then you could draft how much revenue and everything. That's the only thing that's a little tricky, I guess. I don't know if that's like public, you know what I mean? Like I can send it to you. I don't mind. I mean, I can answer the other questions about the parking lot and stuff like that. I can give you a ballpark idea of the number of people. I got the average. I know what it is week by week. I just, for competitive reasons, you know what I mean? I don't know if I want everybody to know what's in the kitchen sink. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I'm going to read to you so in condition 11, the applicant has offered, and the zoning board of appeals has agreed, that the applicant shall monitor and provide reports that detail the number of visits to the facility, average customer times from the times they enter the premises until the time of departure, and any parking related complaints, problems, or concerns.
Yeah, so I'm saying I'm not holding back. I don't mind sending that to you. I just, if it's a public tape meeting, do I have to say it out loud? I can tell you the times in and out in the traffic, just the people count. That's the only thing I really care about. The rest of the stuff, I don't care.
Okay, so you'd like to skip the detailing the number of visits to the facility.
I give you a rough idea, but yeah, I mean, because other businesses around can know, then it will lead to, you could do the math and calculate how much revenue, what's going on, and like kind of that kind of stuff. So I'm trying, it's an open Zoom meeting. I'll send it to you personally. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just trying to, hedge as best I can. As far as the number of the minutes that people in there, they probably average 7 to 10 minutes at the most.
If that.
Never been a line outside. Where parking lot has actually never been filled because we turn them around. They're in and out. I usually, realistically, there's about 8 spaces, and Paul, who's on, probably knows better than I do, out front. Predominantly, those are what's turned around. People go in and out of those. When it's busy, like on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving or like a holiday, the spaces on the side will be utilized. I think once when we took some of the spots to have like a food truck or whatever else, I had somebody out there putting people in the back parking lot. That's it. It's never been a line out front. We have the right to park the employees in our neighbor's parking lot in the back left corner. They're allowing us to use that. We did it at the beginning. We were parking there religiously, but we realized we didn't even need it. Like we didn't need the space. That's why like the police letter stuff, they've had no complaints. They're like, we don't even need to have a detail. Like there's not enough impetus or a reason for it or whatever else. But yeah, I mean, we're doing a couple hundred a day, over a couple hundred. I would like to get up to the 500 number. I'm not there. Trying to think what, I mean, you can ask me anything you want. I'm pretty open. Like you can come down, I'll show you everything. Yeah.
So I guess so in terms of this particular condition,
I can't.
Right.
Is it me? I can't hear.
I think
It froze up.
the idea is that we want to look at my internet up. My internet's not doing
Yeah.
great.
No.
Yeah, you froze up again.
So can every so anybody am I here? Am I here?
There he is.
So Rob, do you want to move on? If I'm not,
I
if I
say,
can't,
we'll
if
put
you
it
can't
this way,
hear
I
me,
hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying about everything. Again, the police have no issues, the fire has no issues, building department has no issues other than the sign. The parking lot is never full. Times in and out are under 5 minutes. There's no traffic whatsoever. And it's, again, I think from a business standpoint, if there was traffic issues, if there was a line, that would be, that would mean he's making a ton of money. But on the flip side, everything is reasonable. Everything is reasonable at this point. There's not the lines that you see down at what's the one down at Onset? I remember going down there and there was a line out the door. You're not having any of the negative problems that we've seen with other places. There's no traffic. There's no requirement for a detail. What I'd like to, it's at this point, and if everybody's okay with it, everybody's had an opportunity to talk. We can look back at and actually, I want to address what Mr. Haynes said when it comes to do we have the right and do we have are we allowed to talk about all the other conditions other than 12? Because there are several other conditions he wants to look at. The only ones that were advertised was condition number 12. Based on this review, the ZBA will consider modifications to the special permit, including, if necessary, appointment-only conditions. I believe that based on that statement, we'll consider modifications to the special permit, including. So it's not just number 12, but it's also including other things, if necessary. So I think that we're okay. Attorney Galvin, can you just double check me on that? Need an
think we're
opinion
okay.
from you, sir. We're okay?
Yeah.
I thank you. So what I want to do now is I want to go over, so where is it? Starting with, back to my email here. Starting with the special permit that was issued on 2016. Mr. Westort, did you have, was there anything specific in that you wanted to talk about? I think you said it was number 18.
Okay, so for the medical one, it's only number 2 and 28 say the same thing.
2, with reference to state regulations, we do not want retail facilities and make it look like a doctor's office.
No.
Am I looking at the right thing?
Yeah, no, appointment only. 2. Is it 2 and 28? Say, are you looking at the most recent one or the original one?
The original one, because I figured that was coming from the medical one.
Yeah, so the medical, number 2 and 28, I thought said appointment only. Number 21 had the hours till 8 p.m.
All right, hold on. This one is
medical. Hold on.
This one I have is case number 2019-22. This is the most recent one.
get there. Come on, 2020.
I got case number 20-16-12. Is that what you have?
That was the first one I was looking at.
Right, so that was the medical one.
20, yeah. Is there anything on that? Is there any
Yeah,
conditions
so
on that?
on the
that you wanna
medical
talk
one,
about?
it's, hold on. I just want to make sure my number's right. So on the medical one.
Oh, here we go. Okay, yeah.
Hold on, there should be no, what the hell did I do?
Looking at if there's a page, my page number is 12 of 17.
Security issue.
The bylaw is the issue. The bylaw is what says registered marijuana facilities can't be open between the hours of 8 p.m. and 8 a.m.
Okay, so
that's it's C number 4.
Yeah, but we're looking at his conditions from 2016.
yeah, so all right, so if we're looking at the conditions, I'm on page 12 of 17.
12 of 17, I got it.
Okay, number 2, the applicant shall have the RMD open to the public by appointment only, and there shall be no one waiting outside the building. Okay, then if
So
you
that
look
was
at
it. So we want to do away with that appointment only.
appointment only, yeah. I have a waiting room, so nobody's gonna be out,
Right.
you know. Number 28 says RMD shall be open to the public by appointment only. It shall be managed so that there's no waiting outside the building. It says the same thing.
Saying the same thing.
Okay, so those for the medical, and then, hold on. If number 21, if the town bylaw says medical can only be 8 to 8, then I don't know what I'm gonna do there. If that's what the town bylaw says for medical, maybe that was the reason. I don't
You have
know.
a 20, wait. You have a 21?
Number 21 that's the one for the timing.
And I'm missing 13. Yeah, I'm missing page 14 of what was emailed to us.
It's okay. So number 21 says hours of operation by registered marijuana facilities shall be set by the special permit granting authority, but in no event shall the facilities be open and or operated between the hours of 8 p.m. and 8 a.m.
Yep.
That's right out of the bylaw.
Okay, so the bylaws for medical and rec are different. That's why rec can go. Okay, so I guess we're not going to choose a bylaw change tonight, so I'll fight that one later.
Yeah, yeah, we're not, there's no way we can change a bylaw.
Yeah, no, so that's fine. So the appointment only, and then the only other one is number 39. The board will review the special permit 1 year from the date of filing. That's the only thing on the medical. So basically the appointment only and the 1 year review.
All right. I would have no problem doing away with the appointment only. And you said the last one was 31? No,
39.
39. The board will review the special permit 1 year from the date of filing the decision with the town clerk. Are you requesting that basically we do away with the yearly review?
Yeah, I thought it was just for the first year anyway.
Oh, they were. Okay. I kind of thought it was too. I'll be honest with you. I honestly, I thought it was only for the first year. I figured we were good at this point. Once a year goes in, I don't know how the rest of the board feels on that, but looking at this, at least we know that right off the bat, you want to get rid of, you want to do away with number 2. And you said 28, I'm going to 2, 28, and 39.
Yep.
Kim, can you, where are you? You're right there. Can you just make sure that we got this so we can, when we do start to deliberate, we know what we're looking at?
Yep.
All right, so we got that. And then from the 2020,
Rob, on the 2016 one.
Yeah.
On number 2.
2016.
The applicant shall have the RMD open to the public. I think we should change that. We're telling him he has to have it open. The third word in.
Yeah, we're looking at getting rid of it, getting rid of the whole thing.
That whole sentence?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's because quite on, the only thing that I would keep out of that sentence is there shall be no one waiting outside the building, which it's not a problem at this point. I think it's what, and Mr. Westort, do you have a problem with that?
I don't have a problem.
I think it says it in the other one anyway.
If that's something that we keep in there, we just remove the words prior to that. I think we're good there. Mr. Baker Senior, anything else on the 2016? Can I move on to the 2021?
Nope.
All right, I got 2020. Mr. Westore, what do you want to talk about on the 2021?
Number 11.
Get that. Conditions. For at least 3 months from the date that the use commences for normal operations until such time as the condition is waived in writing by the zoning board of appeals, access to the premises shall be by appointment. Okay, so it's appointment only. Any parking related complaints, problems, the zoning board of appeals agrees to release and waive the appointment on the health circle shall continue to employ a police detail and parking lot attendant for an additional month or such other and further times as is deemed necessary by the Rockland Police Chief to mitigate any additional traffic. Again, we have a letter from the police chief. No, not the police chief.
Lieutenant Zioli.
Lieutenant Zioli. All right, so we have a letter from Lieutenant Zioli that says there is no issues. I don't see a need for a parking attendant. I know they had one in the beginning. I was there for the opening. So I know they had a parking lot attendant. They don't need one at this point. Somehow we talk about it and maybe we put it in there that it's not required right now, but under undue circumstances or something like that, if all of a sudden you need one, you will employ one.
If you say the lieutenant says that he thinks we need one or there's issues, then I got to put one in.
All right. So number 11, we can look at that and we can talk about that. What's next?
12. This is our review.
Oh, based on this review, consider modifications and special permit, including if necessary. Appointment. Okay, so we're taking the appointment only. Basically, you're looking to not have you're not looking to not have a yearly review at this point.
Yeah,
because we've gone through it.
Yeah.
Okay. Something we're gonna have, the board members are gonna have to discuss. What's the next one off of this?
18.
18 for at least the first 3 months of operation, as long as deemed necessary, will employ police details so basically, again, we're looking to get rid of the police detail, the required police detail at this point.
Correct.
Okay, next one. Was there another one after that?
22.
22. Hours are limited to 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. for medical marijuana, which we can't do. Because
you're all like parking and police detail and stuff like that. 22 was the hour one that we can't do.
Yeah, 22 was the one that we can't do. So 20.
So it's 11, 12, 18, 19, and 20, which in essence say you got to do a review. The police tells you if you need parking lot attendants or police detail, and we're going to change it hopefully to if the police tell me I need it, then I need it.
Yep.
You have to get 19 out of there too, Rob.
Yep. Kim, you keeping a list on this?
Yeah, somewhat. I don't have the list that you guys are reading off in front of me, so you're gonna have to, when you guys deliberate.
Hold on, I'm gonna email this to you right now. Which
Rob, why don't you display it on your screen?
I do.
I can help you with that if you need. I know how to do that now.
No, I could do it. I could do that too. I just I want to make sure I got the right one, right? Yes.
This one. Yeah. No, that's not it. See if I can undo that now. God damn it. All right, so who can, how do you undo the share screen? Now I can't even unshare it. Oh, there it is. Share.
Is there a little arrow up in the left corner?
Yeah, there it is right there.
There you go.
I just stopped it for you.
Thank you. Time. Try this again here. That's screen one, that's screen two.
If you want to just email it to me, I'll just print it and cross off that.
You can't see, can you see that?
Yeah.
All right, so you got this. All right. All right. So again, I think it would be, and honestly, after all that, I think it would be easier if I just email this to Kim so she can have it in front of her face. Because again, we're gonna have to go through it. We're gonna have to go through these each and every time, each and every one through the through it. So I can share this. I can share the screen after. Yeah. Kim, can you undo that for me, please? Oh, stop share. I got it. All right, there we go. All right, so we're back here. I'm gonna email this to you right now. Which are you using the iCloud one?
Yeah.
Make sure. All right, this is all the way down at the end, and it's the 2016 and it's the 2020 special permits. So those are on the way. All right. So we got that. All right, so we know what we have to talk about for the special permit for both of them. We know we still have to talk about the sign. And Mr. Westor, was there anything else that you wanted to discuss before we go into?
I think I'll leave you guys with all that. That's probably enough.
All right. All right.
Thank you guys for all your help with this.
No, it's not a problem. What I'm gonna do now is.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you. I need a second on that.
I'll second.
I got a second. Roll call. Mr. Baker Senior,
Yes.
myself is a yes. Mr. Tanzi,
Yes.
Mr. Haynes,
Yeah.
and Mr. Baker
Yes.
Junior. All right.
Yes.
So motion carries. Now, let me get back to my cheat sheet here. Mr. Westor, hearing on code. The board will deliberate tonight, and you're welcome to stay. You'll receive a decision in the mail with date stamp. 21 days from the date stamp on the decision, go to town clerk's office, request a certificate of no appeal. If no one's appealed, town clerk will give you certification and a copy of the original decision. Take those to the registry of deeds and have them recorded. One of the conditions is always to show the building department proof of recording. Thank you for putting up with this. All right. It's 10 o'clock. I'm calling for another 5-minute break. Smoke them if you got them. I'll be back in 5 minutes. And then we got to bang this out. Everybody's tired. I know everybody's tired. So 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
don't want to.
All right, was that 5 minutes? 1, 2, Deb, Mr. Tansy, this is 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Waiting for Mr. Baker. All right.
My apologies, I was here.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. All right. So all my board members are here. Give Deb a couple seconds to get here. No way. All right, when we get Deb back, we'll take them in order. First one we're looking at is Berlin Street. Keep that up. All right, Deb's back. All right, gentlemen, ladies, we ready to roll here?
Yep.
Okay. We're going to Berlin Street. All right, who wants to speak first?
Could we have Attorney Galvin maybe just talk to us about some of the questions we had regarding subdivision?
Yeah, good call. Attorney Galvin, I know that, again, I emailed everybody a copy of the subdivision control law with 81L, so at least they had an idea of what we're looking at. What do we have to grant a variance on the frontage and the area and the rear setback?
So the question you're asking me is have they, I missed the very beginning of the meeting because I was at the selectmen's meeting. So I didn't have the luxury of seeing this, but my understanding is there were 2 houses on the lot in 1955. Is that correct?
Earlier than that, 46, I think he said.
And they're both residential structures. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's my opinion that lot can be divided without it being construed as a subdivision because it's an exception to the subdivision control law under the definition of subdivision in Mass General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 81L. Okay. The lots that are created for them do not have to comply with zoning. Okay. And the structures that will exist on them are likely going to be both non-conforming as a result of it. Okay. I think the applicant is here because they want your blessing so that it perpetuates the non-conforming zoning status of the lot once the lot is divided. Okay. I don't know where these, because I don't have the plan in front of me, but neither of these structures violate a dimensional restriction right now.
Technically, yes, they did. Because
Going to try to see if I can pull up Deb's plans to me. Just take me a second. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Switching out of one thing, going into another program.
Yeah.
Just think I get it here. Plan Berlin Street, right?
Yep.
Okay, it's coming up here. Okay, so I have the plan in front of me now, so I can see it.
The only non-conforming, if the lot line wasn't there, the only non-conforming thing that I see is on the existing dwelling up in the back where it has an 11.6 foot measurement.
Yeah, but that's an existing condition.
Exactly. That's
It's
pre-existing.
already 11.6. It's not going to be any more non-conforming as a result.
Exactly. But
And
that was
it'll
the
comply
only.
with the side set. It'll comply with the side setback on the other side.
Yep.
And it looks like it'll comply with the rear setback on the other side, on the rear there, or that new lot.
If we subdivide it, no, it won't, because now it's not a corner lot and the rear lot and the rear is supposed to be 50.
50, okay. So that's why you'd be granting the variance, okay, to allow that structure to be located within that lot line, which is not an existing conforming thing. You know what I noticed there, when you're looking at that existing driveway, which is reflected in the dotted line,
Yep.
It looks like a portion of that driveway is going to encroach on the other lot.
We talked about that, and
Are they going to move that?
Yeah, he's going to have. He had already talked about moving it, and I think one of the things that if we allow this, I think one of the conditions should be a minimum of a 5-foot buffer along that property line.
Well, the driveway won't be 10 feet from the lot line, which is another issue, I think, on our bylaw. Every driveway is supposed to be minimum 10 feet from the closest boundary line.
That's good. That's going to be the same on both sides, on both driveways.
Well, it looks to me like, yeah, because they're both going to come off of Berlin Street.
Yep.
You know, I'm less worried about the driveway encroachment because, you know, that could be resolved through an easement or something like that, and that's none of our concern. I mean, look it's permissible to do this, and if you want to make these lots saleable going forward, you're going to want to grant this type of relief so they can continue to sell them. I mean, it's not considered a subdivision. You grant them the zoning relief so that they can exist as separately non-conforming lots, and you know, they're off the races. If you want to put some conditions on here that require them to shift the driveway on the parcel over, you know, you can do that. You know, it's a very small lot. It's narrow. It's only 66 feet wide. So, you know, moving it driveway over is basically going to put it right smack dab in the middle of the house.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to at least maintain some sort of a buffer zone on both sides of that lot line. I agree about the easement, but I want to know that it's taken care of now. I
Well,
want
you
to know
can
that it's
make any
taken,
condition, you can make any condition that's reasonable here, that's not beyond the scope of your authority, and you say, look, I'll grant you this relief on the condition you do this. I mean, that's not an unreasonable condition if that's what the board thinks.
so the only relief that we would have to grant is that, is the rear offset where it's 20.5 and it's supposed to be 50. That's the only place that we technically have to grant the relief.
Yeah, well, the other question is the other one is a corner lot, right? So the other lot will remain as a corner lot, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And offset
Yeah, I
wise,
think-
that works.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that looks like it's at least 10 feet off of the boundary line, at least where the driveway enters from Berlin Street.
The entrance is, it's less than half of the 15.7, so it's less than 7.7 feet or whatever. So it's definitely less than 10. That's why I was looking at like a 5 foot. If we said maintain a 5 foot buffer along the new property line for any and all driveways, existing or proposed.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm really not overly bothered. This is a thing that happens regularly.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. I just want to know that it's taken care of now, only because if we don't take care of it now, they could easily take this plan, or at least the recordable version of this plan. This is not recordable. They would take the recordable version of this plan, go to planning board for A&R endorsement. And unless we say something about the driveway now, they don't necessarily have to deal with it then. I'd rather know that it's taken care of now. We put it in as a condition, and then based on a revision to the plan that goes to the planning board, then at least the planning board will know that we looked at this and gave them the relief that we needed and conditioned it so the driveways aren't going to be A, over the lot line, and B, will maintain some sort of a buffer. So when the snow starts to fly, at least there's room on both sides of the driveway. So they're not putting it on somebody else's property. That's my gut feeling. And board members, speak up. If you don't agree with me, please say it now.
I think that sounds reasonable.
I mean, I think it is reasonable, especially if really the only variance that we have to grant is 29 point, is that what it is? 29.5?
9.5. Yeah.
29.5 foot variance, rear variance on the
possibly
the new lot line, or on the new lot. I don't even know how to say this because I know the one house is 8, but I don't have an address on the other one. But everybody's telling it. So far, we've been told that it's 16. Does that sound right?
Yes, 16. What about the area of the lots, the width of the lot? Do we have to do anything? Do we have to say anything about other ways that it doesn't meet the requirements of a lot?
That's Attorney Galvin.
It doesn't have to meet the requirements.
So,
when it comes to lot area and frontage.
But I mean, in the sense, do we have to grant them, like, say that we're okaying that, like the rear setback?
You don't have to say it. You can just say it's permissible as designed.
And that includes the setback?
The setback is a different story.
They're not required to comply with the setback requirements when they're dividing a lot like this for residential purposes where both structures existed.
So then we don't have to grant a variance.
You don't have to grant a variance.
Okay.
So we will say, so what we're going to do here is to say it's not required. We acknowledge it is not required.
Yeah, when they dividing the lot up in this fashion, it's gonna be denied as moot. It's not required.
So then how do we deal with the driveway?
You can deny the variance as moot on the condition that they relocate the driveway.
Okay.
That motion.
Need a second?
Second.
Got a second. Mr. Baker, I'm gonna make you say it again. I'm sorry.
What Mr. Galvin said.
So the motion would be to deny the variance as moot on the condition that the driveway on the parcel B is located to at least 10 feet off the lot line.
5 feet.
At 5 feet.
5 feet.
Kim, you got that?
Sorry, writing it down, yes.
All right, I got a motion. I got a second. Roll call. Mr. Baker Senior?
Yes.
Myself is yes. Mr. Tanzi?
Yes.
Mr. Haynes?
Yeah.
And Mr. Baker Jr.?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. That's good.
Bob, Galvin.
Yes.
So these two lots are gonna be Form A lots that are gonna go to before the planning board and get signed and recorded?
My understanding is that haven't they already been there to the
Yeah,
planning
but
board?
the planning board basically tabled it because they have no idea what they're looking at. Which is understood, which is
Well,
completely-
they're looking at a 81L division that is there's an exception to the subdivision control law.
I understand that. And I've told, and I've tried to explain this to them, but the way that they're looking at it, they see nothing but zoning violations.
Yeah,
Even
but
the
when you,
So
the one thing I can tell you is that in Marshfield, the beach community here that was built in the early 1900s, there are sometimes 1, 2, and 3 cottages on lots that are 5 to 10,000 square feet. And lots like that, and with multiple homes on them have been divided up and sold off separately for as long as I can remember as a lawyer. And you're allowed to do it as an exception to the subdivision control law as long as the structure was residential in nature. Okay. If it wasn't residential, they would need a variance in order to make it a residential structure. So, for example, some of the old properties in Marshfield had a house and a barn on it. And some people will come in and say, okay, I'm going to put the barn on one lot and I'm going to put the house on the other one and I'm going to get 2 houses. Well, that doesn't work. Okay. But if you truly have 2 residential structures, you're allowed to divide them and it doesn't have to comply with any of the dimensional requirements. Now, if they had their own septic system, they'd still have to be able to comply with Title V, but these are probably on sewer. They have water, so, they don't have these issues. The only issue that they have now is what to do with the driveways. And I think that they would have to relocate one of the driveways to get it to a distance that you can live with.
Oh, I totally forgot. One other thing. They have separate sewer, but there's a joined something, and I don't know if it's a water line or if it's an electric. It's one of the two.
Well, whatever it is, that'll be up to them to work out how they're going to do it in the future because, one water line to 2 houses, who's going to pay the bill?
Right.
Can we condition that now or?
Well, if you don't know which one it is, what are you going to do about it?
Well, just say that each one has their own service and on their own meter.
Has to maintain their own utilities or their own utilities.
But I'm a
Each
little
one has
bit,
their own public utilities.
I'm a little bit confused. Did they really have to come before the zoning board or were they just sent here?
I don't know why they were really there. I mean, they're allowed to do it just like this.
Because nobody talked to you first. That's why. I tried explaining it to them. By law, they can do they can do this, but apparently they've never had this come before them before.
They've never had an
Look at
L.
these are rare in Rockland, but they're not
Oh, yeah.
unheard of. And I'm sure we've had it before where there's some properties that were developed in the early 50s and late 40s where, you know, it wasn't illegal to put two houses on a lot then. Okay. And then these lots all went into zoning districts where you're only allowed to have one house on a lot or something like that, one dwelling on a lot. So they all became non-conforming, and, you know, you can keep them together, but you know, you're also allowed to divide them and sell them off. So and that's what they're doing. And
I've done several of these. I've done several of these, but again, I believe that, I feel that the current planning board, they've never seen anything like this. Past planning
It's
boards
possible.
probably have, but like I said, they didn't talk to you first. So
yeah,
they sent them to us. We're looking at it and we deny it as moot, assuming that, and on the condition that both driveways get moved to 5 feet off the property line and that both structures maintain separate public utilities.
yeah.
Do we have to redo the motion?
Yeah, because the utilities part wasn't part of the.
Yeah, the utilities part wasn't part of it. I just
Withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Well, it's already been passed.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's already been passed.
So
So
do we no?
So the motion is to deny the variance as moot on the condition that the applicant relocate the driveway for parcel B to be at least 5 feet off the abutting parcel property line.
Right.
Okay.
So then how do we accommodate the utility question within that motion? We can't.
I guess, and on the condition that they each have their own separate utility lines.
But the motion's already been voted on and approved.
Yeah, but you can amend it because you're still deliberating.
Yeah, motion to
I
amend.
make a motion to amend the initial condition.
I got a motion and I got a second from Mr. Haynes, I think.
Yes.
All right, roll call, Mr. Baker Senior,
Yes.
Mr. Tanzi,
Yes.
Mr. Haynes,
Yes.
Mr. Baker Junior,
Yes.
myself is yes. So now we're gonna modify it. Mr. Baker, Mr. Baker Senior, you want to make that motion again?
Yes, I'll make the motion again.
Adding in the language that both structures shall maintain separate public utilities.
Both lots will maintain their own public utilities.
Kim, you got that?
I do.
Okay. So again, second, who made the motion? Mr. Baker, Mr. Baker makes the second. Mr. Baker Senior.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Mr. Tanzi,
Yes.
Mr. Haynes,
Yes.
Baker Junior.
Yes.
Done. Okay, next one. All right, what is the next one?
265. Isn't it?
Pleasant Street.
Yeah.
I got no issues here, guys. I don't know what everybody else has.
I have no issues. I've got a lot of recommended conditions, but.
Okay.
Do we want to discuss conditions or just move to a motion?
No. We should add, we have to discuss the condition. We can't just let it go.
Did anyone ever find the first 5 conditions for the,
Yes, I did. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it here. Son of a bitch. Close the tab. 1 mile registry of deeds. Deb, you gave me that recording info, right?
You had it open on your computer when you.
Yeah, I know I did, and then I closed it.
Oh, no.
What happens? Well, I've got 36 tabs open at this point.
Sorry, it's book 44799, page 264.
Okay. Humans. All right, unfortunately, I can't email this to everybody because technically I don't have an account for Plymouth County.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see, I'm gonna read you what I got, deliberation conditions. Condition number 1, the amount of dogs at any given time from now until the area is inspected by building commissioner, ZEO for compliance with these conditions is limited to 15. After the area is inspected by the building commissioner, ZEO for compliance, the applicant shall be permitted to have not greater than 50 dogs on the site at one time. So I say at this point, if you wanted to look at this, and if we wanted to keep this in play, compliance with these conditions is limited to 50 dogs because that's what they had. That's what they had currently. After the area is inspected by the building commissioner, then it can go up to the 100.
That was 75, wasn't it?
They're asking for 75.
Asking for, say it again.
75 is the final number they're looking for.
75 is the final number. So if we keep this into play, if we keep number 1 in play, the amount of dogs at any given time from now until the area is inspected by building commissioner for compliance with these conditions is limited to 15. After the area is inspected, it's we're going to change limited to 15. I'm going to say to 50 because that's currently what they have going right now. And then after the area is inspected by the building commissioner for compliance, the applicant shall be permitted to have not greater than 75 dogs on the site at one time. There's something else that says, after that, it says see condition 11 for some reason. And condition 11 says the hours for dumpster pickup and pet dog waste removal shall be during the hours. It says 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Yep, they do that now. Mhm.
That's,
Yep.
and we're gonna keep
That's
that.
in place, yep.
All right, so we're gonna, I got
Just
no problem.
procedurally, Mr. Chairman, do we vote on these conditions one at a time?
No,
I
you
do.
want-
How is it usually done?
we usually run all the conditions and then vote.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, so
Rob,
number 1.
Rob, just
Tim.
I think when they referred to 11, somebody must have had a little numbering issue because they must be referring to number 12, which on the original condition was the number of dogs shall be 50 in total. After 1 year, the number of dogs may be increased upon further application.
Okay. So
That's
there
what
was a-
Amy had.
All right, so there was a numbering issue there. Then again, if we're gonna keep this in play, the amount of dogs at any given time from now to the compliance condition is limited to 50 dogs after the area is inspected by the building commission for compliance. The applicant should be permitted to have not greater than 75 on site. See condition 12. That's what it's supposed to say. And then we'll deal with condition 12 when we get there.
Agreed.
Condition number 2 was the applicant shall abide with the provisions of 415-38.d.8 of the zoning bylaw, which states that no dog shall be outside between sunset and sunrise. However, the board agrees and authorizes a short supervised bathroom break in the outdoor area after sunset, limited in size and scope to such a break and not recreation. Under no circumstances shall there be no more than 12 dogs outside, and there shall be no outside bathroom breaks after 11 p.m. Period. Ladies, does that sound right?
Perfect, yep.
Members,
Basically,
any
it's just
issues?
saying that.
Just a thought.
Yes, please.
I don't know if it's a factor, but about the timing when the dogs aren't allowed outside,
Mhm.
really makes you to have to even say with the exclusion of when they're dropped off or picked up, like maybe if they're picked up after sunset or something. I don't know if that's even a factor, if that's really like someone's gonna bust you on that.
Dogs shall be outside between sunset and sunrise. However, the board agrees and authorizes a short I hear what you're saying. I don't know if
Talking
that,
about the fenced area.
I think that means in the pen.
yeah, that's it.
in the pen area.
Maybe we add some language in there to talk about the fenced in area at the rear of the building. Would that kind of, does that make sense?
Yeah, so basically we can let them out basically just for a pee break after like sunset
Mhm.
and then.
No
but they
frisbees.
can't play.
Right.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
no frisbees, no loveys, no stuff.
No toys,
No squeaky toys.
Nothing, none of that. No. The applicant would, so I'm gonna repeat this, the applicant shall abide with the provisions of 415-38.d.8 of the zoning bylaw, which states that no dog, S in parentheses, shall be outside between sunset and sunrise. However, the board, between sunset and sunrise within the fence at the rear of the building.
Perfect.
Does that, Mr. Galley, does that work for you?
Yeah, I just didn't know if there would be some silly,
No, I agree with you. I'd rather have this definitive.
Drop off or pickup, and
Mhm.
I don't know who would bust them on it, but
I'd rather have this
know.
definitive than anything.
Yeah.
I would rather have this definitive than anything. Which states that no dog shall be outside between sunset and sunrise within the fenced-in area at the rear of the building. However, the board agrees and authorizes a short supervised bathroom break within the fenced-in area, located at the back of the building, in the outdoor area. So it's still coming close. After sunset, limited in size and scope to such a break and not recreation. Under no circumstances shall there be no more than 12 dogs outside. Hey, Kim, don't you have an account with Plymouth County?
Sorry, I was reading the deed as you were doing it. Yes, I have it up.
All right, so you have it up.
I'm reading it as you're reading it. Yes.
All right, so you have that, and can you print out a copy for yourself?
Yeah, I can print out a copy.
All right, because I'm reading every word just because I'm thinking you're copying every word that I'm saying. So
No, I was already in it.
all right,
Thank you,
fine.
though.
All right, so you understand what we're doing in there. We just have to modify it in there to be specific to the fenced-in area at the rear of the building. Number 3, the inside of the structure as well as the outside play area needs to be kept in a clean, sanitary, and humane condition and shall be subject to inspection by the Rockland Animal Control Officer as provisions 415-38.3. I'm assuming that's staying. We're not changing that.
Yep. Mhm.
All dogs shall be provided access to shelter, which will protect them against inclement weather, and the shelter shall be kept clean and sanitary. It's not changing. The applicant shall maintain a written plan in place for the off-site disposal of solid animal waste and shall provide a copy of the plan to the building commissioner, zoning enforcement officer. I'm assuming it was already done. If we put that in there, can you do that for him?
Yep.
All right, so you can do that.
Yep.
That's fine. That was condition number 5. Condition number 6, the animal control officer shall be permitted at any time to inspect or cause to be inspected any kennel, and if in their judgment, the kennel is not being maintained in a sanitary humidity, if the kennel is being operated in such a manner as to constitute a nuisance, or if records are not properly kept as required by law, may by order temporarily revoke or suspend said kennel license. Matter of Board of Selectmen for a hearing pursuant to applicable law. You gonna keep your records?
Yeah.
All right. You're gonna let him come in whenever he wants?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Anytime he wants.
And you're going to maintain it in a sanitary and humane manner. Okay. Number 6
So look
stays.
into getting someone to clean it like they had suggested before. So, yeah.
All right. If that's I don't think we need to make that a condition, but who says
That would be up to the owner, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
They feel
I
every
would-
3 months or 6 months, whatever they want to do to clean.
I would,
it.
I would recommend you come up with a plan and
Yeah.
at least submit it to the,
Animal control officer.
Animal control. Okay.
yes, Officer Davidson. The applicant shall keep and maintain, we already got, no, this is condition number 7. The applicant shall keep and maintain on-site current rabies certificates for all dogs which are kept in the commercial kennel, including for dog daycare or for boarding, and a copy of the yearly dog licenses from town in which the animal resides.
Yes.
Yes, number
Yep.
7 is good. There shall be no more than, it says 25. How many dogs do you think you're gonna keep outside at one time?
No
Plain
more
on.
than 25.
No more than,
We're
okay.
gonna
so-
do we're gonna do each group
Separately.
separately.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There shall be no more than 25 dogs outside within the fenced-in area at the back during the daylight hours. And they must be supervised by employees who are outside and or by video camera, which has the capacity to monitor noise so that excessive noise can also be monitored and controlled. Yes?
Yes.
I'm assuming that's already in place with the
It's
camera.
already in place.
Okay.
I-
The hours of the
I-
business,
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I thought that the observation was supposed to be personal, not by video.
shall be no more than 25 supervised by employees. The daylight hours, and they must be supervised by employees who are outside. So it is there.
The person
And
monitoring
or.
that can be outside or watching them on a camera.
It says and or by video camera, which has the capacity to monitor noise. So you can be out there as long as you're watching. That's what it comes down to.
Well, and my concern is when we discussed this with the applicants earlier, they had emphasized that the observation was going to be personal, not by video.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't plan on leaving them out in the play area by themselves.
Okay.
Somebody will be out there with them.
And
So
if they have to run into the bathroom, there's camera system in there for them to,
Yeah,
or something like that.
but that shouldn't be an issue, I don't think. I think that.
It's not an
definitely
issue right
somebody
now.
outside Supervising the dogs.
Right. So, Mr. Baker, do you want to modify this?
I would like it modified by eliminating the video monitoring provision. And have it
Okay.
personally modified. Personally
That's it.
monitored.
That's fair, that's fine. I
If
personally.
you already got it
agree
going
with
right
you.
now,
Let
if
it,
you already got it going right now, why are we going to change it? If the dog officer has no issues with what's going on right now, why do we change it?
Because my concern is if there's a problem with the dogs, particularly a dog on dog problem, by the time somebody watches it from the building and gets out there, a lot of damage can be done.
Mhm. I agree.
Respectfully, I disagree.
Okay.
But so that's going to have to be voted on. That's going to have to be voted on by
That's
everybody.
fine.
I don't agree with that at all. Because if it's already in place and if there hasn't been any issues whatsoever, and if the dog officer has already looked at every single aspect of this place and has absolutely no issues with what's going on here, unless there's a major problem, I don't see the need to modify any of these conditions.
And you're also increasing the number of dogs by 50%, which makes control much more difficult.
Less than 50%. They're going from
Well,
50 to
they're going
75.
from 50 to 75. That's
It's still good. It still comes down to, there's going to be more than enough people on board. Again, I disagree with you. I wholeheartedly disagree with you.
that's
But in
fine.
the end, if that's what you want to do, it's going to have to be voted on by the board. And it does not matter to me.
That's fine.
I'm not going to go with it, but, so, the daycare. You got that. Number 7, that shall be the. All right, Mr. Baker, then I need you to give me a condition that you want voted on.
Oh, are we voting on it now?
No, but I'm gonna need a condition that you want voted on so we
Yeah,
can.
just-
when we get to it.
Just the existing condition with the language allowing for video monitoring deleted. That's all.
So you're gonna make them remove the video monitors. Because if the video monitors are there, people are gonna use them.
Oh, they can use
Gonna
them.
make them,
I don't care if they use them. I certainly wouldn't want them to waste their money, but that can't be the sole means of observation.
but it's not.
Sounds like he's saying someone could be monitoring it, but someone has to be present.
Thank you, Mr. Galvin.
Perfect.
I still don't agree with you, but it is what it is. The hours of the business operation shall be 7 AM to 6 PM, and no pickup or drop off after 6 PM exist in the case of an animal emergency. Is that how it is right now?
That's how it is right now.
Yeah,
Okay. Mr. Baker, do you want to change that too?
we were looking to get like a 7 PM drop off because 6 is kind of early for people getting out of work and stuff. So we were looking for a 7 PM pickup. Because it
Not
is
just in an
difficult.
emergency.
Yeah, not just in an emergency.
After 6 PM. So
I
change
think
6
the gate
PM to
closes
7.
at 8, yeah. Just because people like, sometimes can't get there by 6 o'clock if they're getting out of work at 5:36, so.
No, that's understood. I've had to do it myself, so.
Right, yeah, it's difficult to get there on time, so I'd rather have a little bit more flexibility with that if we could.
Okay. Again, we're gonna have to vote on all these in the end anyway, so. The hours of the business operation shall be 7 AM to 7 PM and no pickup or drop off after 7 PM, except in the case of an animal emergency.
Right, exactly, perfect.
Pursuant to provisions 415-38.3.d.3 of the zoning bylaw, a vegetated buffer is required. It already exists. I know that for a fact. I've already been out there. For other reasons, not on your property to look at your place. I did a survey across the street, so I know what's back there. If for any reason the natural vegetation that is currently existing is removed or ceases to exist, the applicant shall within 60 days install the required vegetated buffer provided it is within the growing season. If not, the applicant shall install the buffer as soon as practical. So if for some reason all of that natural buffer decides to go away, you're gonna put up one, you're gonna have to put one up.
Yep.
Yep.
The hours for the dumpster pickup and dog pet waste, this is the 11 that we were talking about, shall be during the hours of 8 AM and 5 PM. Is that current?
That's current, yeah.
That's current. The number of dogs shall be, this is the number 12 that number 1 was referring to. The number of dogs shall be 75 in total with no more than, it says 21 for overnight boarding. Is that what you want?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
Because there's 16, yes.
yes.
So
No more
20
than that. No more
Alright.
than that, yep.
So again, number 12, the number of dogs shall be 50 in total with no more than 21 for overnight boarding for 1 year from the date stamp of this decision. After 1 year, the number of dogs may be increased upon further application and approval by the board at a public meeting after a 1 year period of time, provided there is compliance with the conditions of the special permit. Geez. Basically, what this is saying is that after 1 year, if you want more than 21 dogs, you come back to us.
Yeah.
And if everything's working out and if everybody's happy, then maybe we give them to them.
Okay.
Right, yep.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what Ian and I had said. That's what Ian had said about the 75 and 100. That's why we went to 75, yeah. Too, so, perfect.
All right, so again, the number of dogs shall be 75 in total. And then the rest of the language is gonna be as is on here. That was number 12. Number 13, the special permit authorizing a commercial kennel granted specifically to the applicant is a non-transferable, shall be null and void upon the sale of all or any part of the business and or changes of ownership. It's the same as it is right now. So I don't think we have to worry about that. Number 14, the special permit shall be recorded after the issuance of a certificate of no appeal from the town clerk's office. This is recorded at the registry of deeds. Proof of recording shall be given to the building commissioner prior to da. So that's just condition number 14 is recorded at the registry of deeds and provide it to provide it to the building inspector. That's all that was in there. Now, I don't know if anybody else has anything else that they want to add to this. Does anybody else have anything they want to add to it?
Well, under 415-38-3 for the commercial kennels. In condition D1, there's a site plan drawn within 3 months of the application for a special permit and stamped by a registered land surveyor that is licensed to do work in Massachusetts. Shall include all existing proposed and property lines. Do we need that?
Got that.
We did that, yeah.
It's not, I'm not going to say that it's complete. I'm not going to say that it's 100% what I like to see, but I'm biased because I'm a land surveyor. So it satisfies the minimum requirements that I can see. It's showing the property lines, it's showing the building, everything. And nothing's changing. You're not proposing anything new. So it satisfies the minimum underlined minimum requirements. So I'm happy with that. Next, who else wants to add something in here?
I have one thing.
What do you got, sir?
The outside pen shall be fenced in with we could add completely, but it's inferred, but it shall be fenced in with a solid wood or vinyl fence with a minimum height of 6 feet. So it's D2 in the bylaw.
Okay.
We talked about it in the open portion of the hearing. So there's a chain link fence that's getting.
Right. Yeah.
Can you do me a favor? Can you just, Kim, did you get all that?
Yep.
All right. As long as Kim's got that and can refer to it, that'll be condition number 15. Is that what we got so far?
Can you give us a time limit when that needs to be done by? Like right away, couple months, do you know what I'm saying? Just so we make sure that.
Isn't the back fence already vinyl sided, have vinyl slats in it?
Yes.
Yes, so we're gonna put a vinyl siding fence on the other side too that has the chain link, but we just want to know how long we have.
Yeah.
Within 6 months.
To be solid.
Okay, thank
solid
you.
wood or vinyl. So
I would make it 6 months. Give them 6 months to get started.
6 months work?
Perfect,
Yes.
thank you.
Board members, are we okay with 6 months?
Yep.
Yeah. Within 6 months of the date of this application, or within 6 months of the date of this decision?
The date it's stamped, recorded.
The day, from the date stamp from the town clerk's date.
technically they have a year because of number 12.
Go back.
Thank you.
Did you say you want to give them a year?
It's number 12 gives them a year.
Yeah.
In which they can show compliance in order to get more dogs approved.
Right.
I don't mind that too. Mr. Baker,
Yep.
Senior, you okay with that?
Yeah. Yep.
Ladies, you're okay with that?
Yep.
All right, so Kim, you got that? We're gonna, instead of doing 6 months, we're gonna go to a year.
Got it.
Got it. Mr. Baker Jr., you're dying to talk, so talk to me.
6 minutes of 11. I'm not dying to do anything, but I'll give it a shot. Okay.
Is it really?
A couple of things based on our earlier discussion. There shall be an emergency veterinary plan, there shall be in place an emergency veterinary plan that includes, but is not limited to, an identified emergency veterinary care service provider.
Yep. Do you want, who we're gonna provide, who we're gonna take them to?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to know that. You just have to identify some.
What you have to do, what you're gonna have to do is, that's gonna end up being condition number 16, I think. You're gonna have, we'll have to word it right, but you're gonna have to provide an emergency plan to Officer Davidson. He's gonna have to approve it. Somehow, some way, you're gonna have to put it in writing. You're gonna have to give it to Officer Davidson. He's gonna have to approve it. It's gonna have to be a part of this file somehow, so we're gonna have to get a copy of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Kim, can you get that in words?
Yes, Baker Jr., if you want to just read off again what you wrote, I had half of it because I was writing
Sure.
it down.
There shall be in place. And let me add this part, and subject to the approval of the animal control officer. An emergency veterinary plan that includes, but is not limited to, an identified emergency veterinary services provider.
Again, to keep the numbering system, that's number 16. Is that right, Kim?
Correct.
All right, next, what else we got?
Okay. Staff will be present at all times on the premises when dogs are present for boarding and at all times able to observe all of those dogs. Let me know if you need that again, Kim.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Not at all. Staff will be present at all times. Excuse me, staff will be present on the premises. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. At all times when dogs are present for boarding. And at all times able to observe all dogs.
Kind of impossible without a video monitoring system.
Not if they're all in the same room, which I think is the plan, isn't it? And Rob, why are you suggesting that prohibits video monitoring? Video monitoring can take place. It just has to be somebody there.
I understand that, but sometimes it does not always work out that way. And sometimes you have to rely on the video monitor. I'm not talking for long periods of time at all, but let's be realistic here. Sometimes you have to rely on video monitor. And have you been in this situation before? I have. Sometimes you have to rely on it. Sometimes you have to rely on video monitor.
Yeah, but and I'm not suggesting that it would happen with these applicants, but if you make that the rule rather than the exception, it doesn't happen. You know, one of the things that really impressed me about these applicants' proposal is the notion of having someone on premises. All right, how about this? We eliminate the part about them being able to observe all dogs at all times. Does that make it better? There's someone on the premises.
As long as there's someone on the premises at all times, that makes that work.
That I'm fine with.
Okay.
Because that in itself in the industry is pretty rare.
It's huge and very rare. And a lot of kennels leave animals unattended and overnight.
They have an employee assigned to watch it from home.
I'm not comfortable with that.
Yeah,
I would never
agree.
sleep at night, so.
No, and I absolutely agree with that. I just know that having a video monitoring system is key in a lot of different situations.
And again, I'm not suggesting that it can't be used as a supplement. I'm suggesting that it shouldn't be used as the sole means of doing
As
it.
a replacement, yeah, I get it. Yep.
I have a question. Or thought.
Mr. Galley, I see you.
You're talking about someone has to be there, so I imagine there would be one person there overnight.
Yeah,
Definitely. What about the medical emergency? Where do they take the dog? Does that person leave? What do you do in that situation? That's just a thought.
agree. I agree with you on this. Most likely what at best cost, I would say that whoever we hire at that point, if it's not one of us,
Yep.
one of us would have to be called in
Yeah.
to either take the dog or we call the owners.
Yeah.
And somehow we'll get the dog there. I don't really know. That's a good question because I mean, if it's a situation where it's a life or death, then we may have to leave the dogs. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't.
Because I'm thinking
In the meantime, calling one of us in or another employee, hopefully.
Yeah.
To come.
Yeah,
as
see, I
quick
want
as
to give you
possible.
that exception. If they're in their pens at night, they're
Yeah,
safe.
there's no safety issue. Yeah.
Yeah, like they're safe. So it's like, okay, something happens, something crazy happens, and a dog is
Like a
breathing,
sickness or something. Yeah.
and you have to get it to the VCA.
Yeah.
You can't wait. Yeah, you can call someone in, but I'm thinking there ought to be a permission for you to bolt out of there if that's what you have to do, because they are
Right.
safe.
Yeah, well.
And we can
well,
watch on
but-
the
But
cameras.
Steve, they're not necessarily safe. They're safe from each other, but they're not necessarily safe from a fire or anything else that might happen.
Sure, but I'm saying, if at that point they have to call someone in for an emergency.
I mean, both of us only live 10 or 15 minutes away anyways from the kennel. So if the employee needed to call one of us, we would be right there no matter what, or somehow we would make it happen. But I mean, if it's a dire situation, then I'm going to recommend that
And
the
you can
person
address
goes.
that in the emergency
In
veterinary.
the, yeah. Mhm.
So.
Okay.
And
Gonna cover
I
you.
think that's something the dog officer should deal with.
Yep. Agreed. What he feels comfortable with. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
just trying to cover you. I'm hoping I'm helping.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you probably won't like this one either. I don't mean the applicants. All areas where dogs are in place shall be the subject of an emergency access and evacuation.
That already be in the,
It was covered.
that would already be covered. in the
Under what?
Emergency
Under
plan.
the site plan.
So wait, I'm trying to figure that out. What do you mean by that? Like that there's ways of getting them out? if
Yeah,
they're
just have something in
injured?
place that if you have to get them all out fast, you already know what to do before that happens.
Oh,
Yeah.
That would already
I mean,
be, in
there's
multiple exits.
There's multiple entrances, so,
I would hope that would be in the emergency plan.
yeah.
And, again, there should be some sort of emergency plan that we were talking about, so that should cover it under, I would assume that it will cover under that.
So is there an emergency plan that's separate from the emergency veterinary plan?
I would assume that the whole thing would be in
I think Amy does have an emergency plan already in place.
Oh, that's fine.
But we can just add in the other issues with the vet and all that into that.
Okay.
I would assume that would all be under one emergency plan, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, you want to come up with language that covers both of them, I'm fine with it.
Which condition was this?
16, I think.
This is 18.
The emergency vet was 16, right?
Emergency vet. Yeah.
Emergency vet was 16. Yeah, I guess you call it number 17.
Add an emergency evacuation plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
And get this all approved by the dog officer, right?
Yes.
Okay. All
Well,
right.
dog officer, and then, if we're talking an
And then you.
emergency,
Yeah.
then that's fire, that's everybody
Police.
else.
Yeah.
I would assume that that's already in place. That's why I'm
I-
saying, and it's
Yeah.
It is.
a commercial business that technically that's all got to be in place because it's an existing commercial business. So,
And I agree with your assumption, Mr. Chairman, that's why it shouldn't be a problem to include it in this one either. And I don't have anything else.
that's it. Then we got 17 conditions. I'll take them.
I'll make a motion to approve the special permit with 17 conditions as written
I have 18
and
conditions.
discussed.
You got 18?
18?
18.
Well, if the 16 and 17 is separate, the emergency vet plan and the emergency evacuation, then it would be 18.
Okay.
Does that include the video question about the outside?
Yeah, that was in there.
Is that 15?
Mhm.
That's 15.
That was number, the whole video thing was number 8.
Oh, 8.
Okay.
Again, I don't know how we're modifying it. I don't see it needing to be modified. But however, Kim, do you have a definition as to how we're modifying that?
We haven't voted on that
No.
to take that out.
I guess that's the question. I don't know how to say it. I don't want to change it. I don't see it. I don't see the necessity to change it.
Can somebody read it back, the original form back to me?
Original form is there shall be no more than 25 dogs, which we're going to change to 50.
Yeah.
Which I don't even think you can get. Can you get 50 dogs
No,
out?
we're leaving that as
No, I
25.
think, no, we would
And
never
the
have
outs-
50 dogs
yeah.
outside ever.
Yeah,
We don't-
that's my point.
Never.
There shall be no more than, as written, there shall be no more than 25 dogs outside during the daylight hours. And they must be supervised by employees who are outside and or by video camera or by video camera, which has the capacity to monitor noise so that excessive noise also be monitored and controlled. The only change that I would make there is that it must be supervised by employees who are outside and by video camera, which has the capacity to monitor noise so that the excessive noise can be monitored and controlled.
Perfect.
That's the only change that really needs to be necessary.
Yeah, if you take the or out of there, it does the same thing.
Well, if you change it to and, aren't you making it that someone has to be outside? And you were talking about you want to leave it flexible to let someone be outside or step away and go into the building unattended, but with video monitoring?
That's kind of what I want. I want to give them the flexibility to be able to deal with that if they have to.
So
If somebody wants to catch them on this,
yeah.
and they'll catch them. But the thing is that it's in the end, if you leave the or in there, it gives them the flexibility that if for some reason they have to deal with a dog that's in the building and somebody
Right.
needs help, then the monitoring system is to monitor noise so the excessive noise can be monitored.
Right,
That's
no,
what I-
and I understand that, Rob, but the reason I made the recommendation on the condition that I did was that when we discussed this earlier with the applicants, they indicated that there was going to be at least one employee with each of the groups of dogs.
And that is still the plan.
Right, so there should be
The only
something
time that
focused
we
on-
would need to step away is like he said, if there was an emergency inside the building that we need to address. But
Right,
we're
right.
talking 5-10 minutes. We're
Yeah,
not talking, yeah. We're not gonna leave the dogs out there for an hour,
There's
2
hours.
hours, you know what I'm saying? So,
Well,
All right, no, that's fine, let it go.
okay.
Thank you.
thank you.
So there is no vote on condition number 8. Condition number 8 stays the same.
That's it. Motion to
Mr. Baker.
approve as, with all 18 conditions as discussed and written.
Second.
I got a motion and I got a second. Mr. Baker Senior,
Yes.
myself is a yes. Mr. Tanzi,
Yes.
Mr. Haynes,
Yes.
Mr. Baker Jr.
Yes.
Congratulations, ladies.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry.
To working with everybody in Rockland.
I'm sorry it took as long as it did, but
That's okay.
That's all right.
I think you see
Awesome.
what we're dealing
We
with. We're dealing
appreciate
with
it
a
so
lot of
much.
things that, again, things that people didn't think about when the original conditions were
Yeah.
written.
You know, it's
There's a lot more issues now with dogs and kennels, so yeah,
Yeah,
it's fine.
yeah. Are you gonna have doggy Halloween? Are you gonna dress them up?
Yes, doggy
Oh, yeah.
Christmas, yeah.
Little
Just
Yoda
a
costume so they run around?
Yes.
We made a mistake. We left off one condition.
What
I was looking at
condition?
Galleries. We should have put in a condition for visitation rights.
All, condition number 19, all zoning board members will have full right to
You
go
can
in. and-
all
Add another condition.
Nice, nice.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank
Again,
you.
just give us some time. I think we have, I think it's 14 days to put this together, but I know Kim will get this together real quick for you.
Okay.
So we'll get this to you ASAP. Record it, you're done.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies.
Bye, everyone.
Congratulations.
Good night. Good night.
Debbie.
Night.
Night.
Thank
Debbie,
you.
thank you for everything too. She did so much. Bye.
Thank you.
So we got next. Who are we next? We are remotely conduct Stevie G's.
Stevie G.
All right. What I had the conditions for. Let me pull up the conditions for the other one. I think I had them. It's market.
Alcohol must be served with every meal.
That's right. All right. Let me get to
There's 9 original conditions.
That's I'm trying to get to that. There's the lease condition. Yeah, that's the lease. Do you have them in front of you, Mr. Baker?
Yes, I do.
Start reading.
Number 1 would be the change the names of the co-managers of the liquor licenses. Number 2 is the petitioner must come back to the ZBA if there's a change of ownership or management, any changes in use to extend the hours of operation.
Do we have not to butt in? Do we have the name of the we have all the name of the managers and stuff currently?
Andrew and Matt.
Andrew and Matt would doesn't say that.
Deb, do you have their information?
It's,
I
he
do
said
have
it
it.
during the meeting. It's
It's
Andrew and
Andrew and
Matt
Matthew.
Locensolo.
All right, one more time. Kim, you had it.
Andrew and Matt Locensolo.
All right, they're gonna be the managers, be the co-managers of the liquor license.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, all right, so we got that. I'm sorry, Mr. Baker, I'm sorry. The petitioner must come back to the ZBA if there is a change in ownership or manager, any change in use, or to extend the hours of operation. I'm assuming that we're gonna keep that.
Keep that. Number 3 is the hours of operation. They will be changed that to be closed on Mondays. Tuesday to Sunday, they'll be open from 7:30 AM to 2:30 PM.
Wanted to talk about that. Didn't you want to talk about that? He is still on the line. I don't know how we get a hold of him though.
So I think
He
the
was
thing
talking
here-
about private events.
Yeah. But honestly, I think that I still think,
Sorry.
oh, is this Andrew?
It's his wife, Shannon, but I'm
Hey
here.
Shannon, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Not too bad. All right, we're going over there. We're trying to go over the hours here, and I know what he asked for, and I know what the future plans and stuff are. Board members, I don't know how you feel about this, but again, I'm wondering if this is one of those come back in a year and see how it goes, because again, I don't know if we're ready for private functions in that corner, in that corner of the strip mall there. I don't know if
Rob,
Yeah, if I can speak to that for just a second, I think what we're really looking for is just to go with what Butterfield's currently had in place, which was essentially, the 7 to, what was it, 7 to 8, and then
Monday-
7 to 9, Thursday through Saturday.
Monday he wanted off.
Yeah.
It's Monday through Wednesday, 7 to 8 PM, Thursday through Saturday, 7 to 9, Sunday, 7 to 6.
That's what it says currently.
Right. So, I mean, I think if we could look, because right now our hours of operation are going to be 7:30 to 2:30, excluding Mondays, but we hopefully look to expand to dinner. So why would we change that now if they already have it in place? Why don't we keep it that? And I think the private function things is like a very distant thought. And I think if our liquor license only permits service until 9 p.m., like we wouldn't try to extend that. I think that's just kind of like a random thought that's had, and we're not sure about that yet.
Fine, board members, what do you want to do? Do you want to keep it Mondays off, and then Tuesday and Wednesday would be 7 to 8, and then Thursday through Saturday would be 7 to 9, and then Sunday would be 7 to 6.
Mondays are open. So Mondays. It's
No,
Monday.
Monday's closed.
They want Mondays off.
Yeah, they may want Mondays off
Now, but
now,
what
but
if
if they,
in the future?
but if they change their mind, do we really want to make them come back and go through the time and expense of revising these when I think it's reasonable to do it now and let them determine when they're going to be open within those hours?
Shannon, can you do me a favor? Hold on, hold
I
on,
can't.
hold on. Guys. Shannon, can you do me a favor?
I can.
Tell me exactly what you want to be open. Kim, take these notes.
All right. We would eventually like to be open Monday
Not
through
eventually.
Sunday.
This is what you want right
All
now.
right, right now?
Yep.
Okay.
Rob, I
Right now,
disagree with this.
we are going to be closed Mondays. We will be open Tuesday. That's it. Oh, so I thought you were telling me that's it. Sorry.
No. I want to know what you guys want for hours, because it's different than what Andrew was telling us.
But it's Rob, the confusion is that you're asking them what hours they want to be open right now. And we should just be asking what hours would they like to apply and be approved for.
That's where I'm trying to go.
Right. So do that. So tell us that.
Okay. So we would like to be
Monday
open.
you don't want off. Monday you're off.
So Tuesday, I'm getting conflicting advice here, I think.
Yeah,
You
Rob.
need to tell us when you want to be open. That's what are your opening and closing hours Monday through Sunday?
Rob, that's not what we're asking.
What are you asking? What are the hours of operation?
That's not what we're asking. We want to know what hours they want to be approved for operation.
Yes.
When she first got on the line, I believe she said she wanted to just replicate the hours that Butterfield has now, or when they close.
We would like to apply for the same hours that Butterfield's is currently running.
Okay, Butterfield's is open Monday through Wednesday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Liquor hours are 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Thursday through Saturday, it's 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Liquor hours are 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday, it's 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Liquor hours are 12 noon to 6 p.m. Is that what you would like?
Yes.
Okay.
Different than what Andrew told us. So
just FYI, if they do close on Mondays, okay, they're jeopardizing their liquor license, because the state says if you say you're going to be open Monday serving alcohol, you have to be open, or they can take your license away.
Condition number 7 is that the liquor license hours will be designated by the Board of Selectmen.
So that's putting us between a rock and a hard place, I feel. I honestly don't know what you're asking us to do.
We don't put your liquor hours in here. The liquor license hours are designated by the Board of Selectmen.
So why are they in this? Why are they in this one? That doesn't make any sense.
We feel like this is a formality. We don't know.
Condition number 7, it's right on here. Liquor license hours will be designated by the Board of Selectmen, where the licensing authority for alcohol licenses.
So then take out the liquor. So then for condition number 3, take out the liquor hours.
Yeah.
It's not up to us.
Yeah, it's not, yeah, why, that
Oh,
doesn't
that's-
make sense.
Tim is 100% right. The selectmen are going to determine what hours they can serve alcohol.
Okay.
You're only determining whether this premises is appropriate to be a place where alcohol could be served. That's it.
All right, so condition number 3, just leave it as is then.
Yes.
Fine, okay, condition number 3, leave it as is. Condition number 4, employees must be tip certified as well as the co-managers.
I think that stays.
Leave it.
The name of the liquor license will be
Stevie G's.
GG.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Okay,
TVG's LLC or just
DG's Restaurant LLC.
That's what the application says.
Yes, it does.
rock and roll, thank you. Number 6, the ZBA will review this special permit in 1 year. It was already there to begin with. Number 7, we already said the liquor license hours will be designated by the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Tanzi, did I see you were raising your hand?
No, I was scratching my back. Sorry.
Sorry,
about
brother,
that.
I apologize.
I thought you were surrendering. I wasn't sure.
Number 8, coolers are to be locked when liquor is not being sold and must meet any requirements of the license issued by the Rockland Board of Selectmen.
Hey,
Any changes? I don't see that needing to change. Alcohol shall be served, okay, now this is alcohol shall be served with meals.
alcohol
Okay,
can be served.
how about this?
Must, change shall to must.
How about this? No alcohol is to be served without an accompanying food order.
Nice. That's a little bit more clear.
Alcohol
That's a
shall
little-
only be served with meals. You could just say only.
Yeah.
Or
Well, but
Meals shall be served
what
without that.
what they're contemplating wouldn't necessarily constitute a meal. Remember what he said about the Danish and.
Danish or something like that, yeah, or then you could get something small.
Mhm.
Mr. Baker Jr., can you say that again? I like
Sure.
what you said.
No alcohol is to be served without an accompanying food order.
Everybody like that?
Yep.
It makes sense, and it does bring a hell of a lot more clear with what Andrew was saying. Anybody else want to chime in? I don't think there's really anything else that we have to worry about.
All right, motion to approve with those
Second.
9 conditions.
We have to worry about, is Mr. Rubel still here? Do we have to worry about Mr. Rubel and his occupancy load?
My recollection is he said, and he addressed this to the applicant, as long as he gets it by whatever the time was, he
Okay.
wasn't looking for anything formal.
All right.
Can
So I
we
got a
put
motion.
condition- Can we put condition 10, must meet all other boards and commissions of the town of Rockland? That covers Tom and the fire department and
Sewer
everybody-
department and everybody else too.
the Board of Health, the SOAR, everybody.
All right.
What was that, Bob? Must meet the requirements of,
All boards and commissions of the town of Rockland.
okay,
I like that. We've done that before with the newer stuff. So I don't mind that. Does anybody have any problems with that?
no,
Can we, so we got 10 conditions now?
Yes.
Who made the motion and do you want to change it to 10 conditions?
I'm motion to approve with 10 conditions.
and I will second that one as well.
And I need a roll call, Mr. Baker Jr., Mr.
Yes.
Baker Senior, yes.
Yes.
Myself is a yes, Mr. Tanzi, Mr. Haynes.
Yeah.
Mr. Baker Jr.,
Yes,
done. Kim, you got that? Do you have all that? I'm sorry, I didn't check in with you.
I do.
All right. All right, so that's done. What's the last one? There's the last one. Okay.
Congratulations to them.
Congratulations, yes. Shannon, I don't know if you can still hear us. Congratulations. We'll have that decision
you,
for you ASAP.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Best of
No,
luck.
All right. Now we're looking at Commerce Drive. And do y'all have the 2016 decision? Kim, can you remind me which ones we're looking at with the 2016 conditions? Like number 18, I remember that, I think, which I don't have. I had to look that back up.
2016, it's 2 and 28.
2, 28, 21, and he said something about 39 are the numbers I had marked down, and then you sent me the
2,
stuff. So
12.
That's in the 2020. In the 2016, it's 2 and 28, 21. And there was some question about 39 that I didn't quite understand.
yeah, that's what I have marked down as 2, 28, 21, and 39 for 2016.
39 is reviewing the special permit 1 year from the date.
All right, so start right off with number 2. Where are I? Right here. Number 2. The applicant shall have the RMD open to the public by appointment only, and there shall be no one waiting outside the building. He's looking to remove the appointment only. I don't see that being a problem. Does anybody else see that being a problem?
No.
Nope.
The only thing that I would keep is there shall be no waiting. There shall be no one waiting outside the building. That's the only thing on number 2 that I would keep. Everybody happy with that?
Yep. Yeah.
What was the next one? You said 12?
Nope, 28, 21, which was the hours that we can't change. Then it's
21 we
28.
can't touch.
Yep, then 28, which is
Yeah,
the
they're out of order. That's what the problem is here. RMDs shall be open to the public by appointment only, so we want to get rid of that. Shall be managed, no one shall not overcrowd the dispensary area. Number 28 can just go away.
correct. Agreed.
Everybody cool with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, next one was 39.
Yeah, it's the 1 year review.
I'm sorry, 39 is the board will review the special permit 1 year from the date of filing, which we're doing tonight.
Do we want to get rid of that? Or do we want
Well,
to review
the
the special?
building, that condition, that's not a continuing condition. That's a condition that's been now met.
Satisfied, right?
That's
So
it.
we could change it to say satisfied. Or just strike it.
Yeah, because then we don't have to, I would say strike it at this point. Because there's going to be this is all going to be reprinted, renumbered, and that's going to be taken out of there, as far as I know. All right, so that takes care of that one. Now we got the 2020.
It was 11 and 12.
Get there here. Where are we? Conditions, here we go. 11, for at least 3 months from the date that the use commences for normal operations until such time as this condition is waived in writing by the zoning, access to the premises shall be by appointment. So again, this is the appointment only. Therefore, provided after reasonably maintain orderly operations, free and clear of vehicular pedestrian traffic, as offered, and the zoning board of appeals has agreed that the applicant shall monitor and provide reports that detail the number of visits to the facility, average customer times from the time they enter the death. Zoning board of appeals agrees to release or waive the appointment only condition. Health Circle shall continue to employ a police detail and parking lot attendant for an additional month or such other and further times as deemed necessary by the Rockland Police to mitigate any additional traffic. I would be comfortable with removing everything other than that last portion of the sentence, of the last sentence. The health circle shall continue to employ a police detail and parking lot attendant
As is deemed necessary by the Rockland Police Chief.
exactly to mitigate any additional traffic. I would remove everything else out of that, except for that last portion.
Yep.
Everybody else happy with that?
Yes.
All right. And now that was number 11, number 12. We were talking number 12 at this.
Yeah, remove that whole thing.
Number 12, based on this review, yep, because we took it off of the other one, so that's gone. Was there anything else in the conditions on the 2020 that he wanted to do away
18,
with?
19, and 20.
18, 19, 20.
Right, for at least the first 3 months of operation, and as long as it's deemed necessary by the Rockland Police Chief, Health Circle will employ police details in areas designated by the Rockland Police Department in front of the facility to control and direct traffic. They have no problem with this. And in that last condition, we
Take that
basically,
out.
yeah, if you take 18, you can take 18 and completely out, right?
They're over there
You
3
want to
months.
just modify it to say, as deemed or when deemed necessary.
Didn't we do that in 18?
It says that.
Or not
already.
18, didn't we? Yeah, didn't we already do that in number 11?
Yes.
So 18 can go away as long as 11 covers what you're saying, Tim.
That's right.
That works.
Further time as deemed necessary by the Rockland Police Department to mitigate
All right,
any additional traffic.
So that's number 11. So that's it. That basically duplicates 18. So we get that out. So we get 18 out of that for at least the first 3 months of operation, as long as deemed necessary by the Rockland Building Commissioner. Health Circle will employ a parking lot attendant. That's already out of there.
Take that out.
Because again, we said the same thing in 11. Health Circle shall continue to employ a police detail and parking lot attendant. So 11 takes the place of 18 and 19 now. 20 and 20.
Yep.
20 was the flyer.
Oh, the parking flyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have on-site signage. I mean, it's plainly clear when you're leaving the parking lot what you're supposed to do. I'm not going to say that everybody does it, but it's plainly clear that they've done exactly what they need to do to provide the appropriate signage to let people know what they're supposed to do. So 20 can technically go too. What was the last one? We can't even talk about the sign.
22.
Hours of daily operation shall be limited to 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. for medical marijuana patients, and
We can't change that.
can't change it.
Yeah.
Nothing we can do about that. So again, the last thing to mention is the sign, and that was not a part of the special conditions. It wasn't advertised. I don't think we can even really talk about it.
I think we should let Doug deny his permit, have him appeal it to us, and then we'll discuss it. We'll advertise it and discuss it. That's the only way we can do it.
And as far as I can see, that's right. I mean, I know we already talked about it at the open portion of the meeting, but I'm not gonna, there's nothing that we can do here about it.
Right.
Attorney Galvin, do you concur with that?
Yes.
Okay. So we're not even gonna talk about it. So we've looked at the conditions from both the 2016 and the 2020 special permit. We've addressed all those we've addressed them all. Kim, you got everything?
Yes.
I will make a motion to approve the 2016 special permit with the revised conditions.
And
And
2020?
You want to do the 2016 first and then the 2020, or?
You can do either way. It doesn't matter to me. If you want to just do the first one, we'll get that up. I got a motion. I need a second.
Second,
I got a second from Mr. Baker Jr., Mr. Baker Senior.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Mr. Tanzi,
Yes.
Mr. Haynes,
Yeah.
Mr. Baker Jr.
yes.
All right, 2016 is approved. The modifications to 2016 is approved. Mr. Baker, do you want to make a second motion?
I'll make a second motion to approve the revised conditions for the 2019 public hearing on January 7th for Health Circle with the amended conditions.
Ended conditions. I need a second.
Second,
I got a second. Roll call, Mr. Baker. Senior.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Mr. Tanzi,
Yes.
Mr. Haynes,
Yeah.
Mr. Baker Jr.
yes.
Rock and roll. All right, so that's all taken care of. Mr. Westort, you've been listening careful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so quick question. The impetus for the whole meeting was the sign, and then we wanted to wrap up the 1-year review because it happened to be here. So I
Mhm.
guess, I know you're not going to vote, and I know you don't want to discuss it. It's late at night. Can I just get some guidance as towards if it's not a floating, flapping sign, are we okay with cannabis? Like, I'm not going to hold you to it, but just so if I apply.
It's totally up to the building commissioner.
It's unfortunately at this point, it is up to the building commissioner, because if you look at the advertisement, and again, you paid for the advertisement, will be held by the Rockland Zoning Board of Appeals on Tuesday, December 7, 2021, on the special permit issued to Health Circle of 21 Commerce Road, Rockland, Massachusetts, case 19-22 dated April 23rd of 2020.
Guys, it's late. I'm not going to hold you to it. I get it. You know, it's late. Let's just get to bed or whatever else. But I'm just trying to look for just a little guide. So go to him, get rejected, then come back to you guys. It's basically.
Yeah, it's the only way. It's the only way.
I'm
to do
fine
it.
with that. If that's the path, that's the path. I'm not going to fight it. You know what I mean? I just wanted to know. Okay.
I'll get a regular sign with a pole.
Well, no, that's what I plan on doing. But it's the verbiage of recreational cannabis, I guess, is what I was kind of.
I think at this point, I think what we're looking at is more the fact that the classification of the sign that you want to use is considered temporary.
Yeah,
It's
no,
considered-
I'll switch the whole sign. That's yeah. I'll come
That's
back.
that honestly is, I think, is more the thing you're gonna have to contend with.
Point and totally fine.
Yeah.
Hey guys, thank you. I know it's late. I didn't mean to jump in after, but
No, that's fine. That's fine.
yeah.
All right, thanks, Mike. We got some other things we gotta take care of. I appreciate you coming in, dude.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, the last things that we got are, let me just go to them.
We've got some.
Non-deliberative announcements and scheduling. I don't know, Deb, is there anything that we need to talk about?
Just the minutes.
Well, under the non-deliberative announcements and scheduling?
No, just, we're gonna have to probably go over, the calendar, because I think we're gonna be needing to add meetings for 40Bs.
Yeah, we'd already talked about that. Look at you, look at Tim, he's all scared. We're gonna have to, I know everybody's kind of like set on like the first, like the first and third Tuesdays of every month. Because of timing, we're gonna get killed on some of these things, and we're gonna have to do some odd days and some odd things. We have that ability because of Zoom. If we had to reserve rooms and stuff like that, we wouldn't necessarily have that ability. So I think because of statute, we got to deal with specific times. Like the timing that she has to make this happen.
When is the emergency end that we have to stop Zoom?
April, beginning of April.
Beginning of April. So I mean, it's at least until, and we're gonna have to deal with this at least until April, and then after that, then it's gonna turn into a major cluster. So at this point, I think we should
my gut feeling is default to whatever Deb says, because she has the timing. She knows when the applications actually come in. And I'm assuming that when we're dealing with 40Bs, we only want one 40B per night. I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think that's preferable.
Everybody, okay, so everybody agrees there. So that's gonna be one thing. And like I said, my gut feeling is default to however Deb does, however Deb feels about it. I'm assuming you're not gonna do these on a Friday, Deb.
But what are we looking at here? Like, do we have like 10 new 40Bs coming in? What are we talking about?
We are gonna have another one coming in like anytime now.
So the application, has the application been received? Like,
Not yet, but I've been told like relatively soon.
Relatively soon, I'm gonna assume that's gonna be within a week.
Bob Galvin,
Yes.
we've got a 40B on Concord Street, and it's that house that got torn down, and they're proposing.
We do?
Well, what?
We do?
Yeah. Proposing 4 houses. Can he be approached and said, hey, why don't you propose just a regular residential house and apply for variances, see what the board does?
I don't think he's candidly interested in doing that. I don't think that's his shtick. I think he builds these types of things.
Well,
Why would he? We didn't give him the variance when we had the chance.
Give who the variance?
Delpreet.
No, Delpreet was the violator.
Yeah, I know. I don't think we should be talking about this.
No. It's not on the agenda.
Well, it's not on the agenda.
I think we should probably just close what he's saying, that I think it was made pretty clear to him. Yeah, we would love to see him do exactly that, Greg, but I think the gentleman elected to proceed with what he is comfortable with proposing, and this is what he proposed.
I think that anyway, whatever.
I'll give you a call. We'll talk about it offline.
There we go.
All right. Sounds good.
Deliberative announcements and scheduling. Everybody knows the site walks this weekend.
10 o'clock, right?
10 o'clock.
Yes.
Bring it involved.
Right. Everybody going to be there? Can everybody make it?
Yep.
Sure.
I know Pat Brennan's coming. I don't know Deb put out she put out the word to other departments, and I don't know if anybody else is going to be showing up, but I know Pat will be. Attorney Galvin, if you want to show up, feel free. Put on your boots.
That's for the site visit, right?
Yeah, site visit this Saturday.
Yep. If I can make it, I will.
That's fine. And it's really, and we know how to deal with site visits. So,
no residents.
As an aside,
yeah, that was the big thing. No residents. All right. Anything else we want to talk about before minutes? I'm sorry, Tim.
I was just going to say, if it comes in and happens to overlap when we haven't gotten anything on Shingle Mill, we can always put it on.
Yeah.
If we get, if they're going to ask for an extension, and we may have some more open time than we think.
Yeah, I'm hoping that would be nice.
Maybe too, with these 40Bs, just a thought, like we continue them for 30 days. Sometimes they're not ready in 30 days. Maybe we could continue for 60 days and keep track of the back end dates. Is that a possibility or not?
I don't see that being bad, because knowing the current state of basically getting surveyors and engineers to do anything, 60 days is almost better off, because it gives everybody a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah,
You just got to watch out for the April date.
I got a small question about that continuance.
Mhm.
How hard is it to, redefine the deadlines? Because you always say, the original application has a certain deadline, but there's a continuance and there's a new deadline. How hard is it to say, there's a continuance and the new deadline is now pushed out to a certain date?
Yep.
How hard is that?
It's not hard at all because look at Shingle Mill. I mean, technically it's supposed to be 180 days.
Yeah.
They're well over 180 days, but every time we ask them for a continuance, we then also ask them for a letter to extend the deadline that the zoning board has to make that determination. And we always do it to like 30 days after, 30 days from the hearing. So it's always basically to the next hearing that they continue to. And if they have to again, we ask for that same letter again.
Because you get it, and it's kind of behind the scenes. Like I don't think I see a copy of that every time. Or something.
No, you don't necessarily.
You got it covered. Okay, I wasn't sure how that worked. Okay.
No, but that is always taken care of. So
it's like a lot of times it's a question. Someone says, "What's the new deadline?" And I wasn't sure people were aware. So it is actually it's written down somewhere, basically.
Oh yeah.
I was curious.
Oh, it has to be. It has to be. So anytime there's a question on deadlines and stuff like that, we'll say, all right, continue. We'll grant you the continuance, but we also need a letter from you extending the extending the deadline, the decision-making deadline.
Good. Okay. Good. So when it's coming up in conversation, it's just kind of an open thought, not like a real mystery. It's just, what is the deadline? And then, someone can just look it up. Okay. Thank you.
Deb's trying to say something.
Sorry.
So we start that at the very beginning rather than waiting till we're like within 60 or 90 days of that deadline.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, anything else to talk about? No. All right. We got minutes. I went over the minutes. I didn't see anything. I don't know if everybody else did. And I've only got the 3 minutes. Let me just get to here. Gonna start with meeting minutes from 11/3/21. Charles Picard with 34 Thayer Terrace. If nobody has any issues, I'd take a motion.
A motion to approve the minutes from, I think it was November 3rd.
Yep.
Second.
A second, roll call.
Wasn't there.
Oh, you weren't on that one. That's right. Who was voting? Myself, Greg, Tim. Oh, Mr. Galley, you're on this one.
Oh, yes.
Nice. Do you want to make the motion? Or do you want to second the motion? Because I got a motion from Mr. Haynes.
Second motion to approve the minute.
Nice. Gonna do a roll call. Myself is a yes. Mr. Tanzi.
Yes.
Mr. Galley.
Yes.
Mr. Haynes.
Yeah.
So approved. Next one. I've got meeting minutes from October 19th, 2021. This was for
Shingle Mill.
Shingle Mill.
Yeah, Shingle Mill LLC. And you are voting on this one. All right. I got a motion to approve. I need a second.
Second.
I got a second from Mr. Haynes. Roll call. Mr. Baker.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Baker Jr.
Yeah, just one thing. On the last page, third paragraph, motion to continue, it indicates that it was made by me. I'm not a voting member of that one. I think it was made by Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kim, you see where he's talking?
Yep, I'll change it to senior, not junior.
Can we approve it? Can we approve it as with the change? We can do that, right?
Yes.
I'll accept the motion to approve that with the change.
I'll make that motion.
Got a second?
To accept with the change. Yeah.
Second.
I got a second on Mr. Baker Senior. Mr. Baker Senior, roll call.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Mr. Tanzi.
Yes.
Mr. Haynes.
Yeah.
It's all of us, right? 1, 2, 3.
Steve. Isn't he voting?
And yeah, myself, Greg, Tim, and Mr. Baker Senior. Okay. So that takes care of that. Come on. And the last one was meeting minutes for October 5th, 2021, Lighthouse Development. And I went over it quickly and I wrote the decision for this, or I helped write the decision for this. And this it had most of all of this in there. So I was pretty happy with that. Did anybody else see anything?
All good.
Mr. Galley, you're voting on this one, so you can make the motion if you so choose, sir.
I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes of October 5th, 2021.
I need a second.
Second,
I got a second. Roll call. Myself is a yes. Mr. Haynes,
Yes.
Mr. Baker Jr.,
yes.
Mr. Galley,
Yes.
rock and roll. All right, so that's all 3 minutes. Did I hear there was a fourth one? Deb, I know you had said something that there may have been a fourth one. Kim, is this everything we got?
That's everything.
Everything, yep.
Yeah, that's
All
it.
right. All right. Can I make an ask on this? Meeting minutes should be to us no earlier, because I know you sent these earlier. I lost those emails. I have no idea what they are.
Okay.
If we can make sure to have these, Kim, if you can get them to Deb ASAP, Deb, you can then forward minutes no earlier than a week prior to the meeting.
Okay.
That way it's at least within everybody's emails within the last, within the last week. I think that makes it a little bit easier.
Can I make a request?
Please.
For the meeting minutes, can the pages be numbered?
Would be. Were they not?
Sure.
I don't even know. I didn't notice
They're
that.
not numbered. Honestly, because when I print them and I drop them and I got to put them back in order.
Dude, you got a point. Kim.
Sure.
Listener, she is so pissed off at you right now, dude.
I guess that's why I didn't ask if the pages could be titled as well.
I hope you're happy, Steve.
Yeah, page numbers I can dig. Page numbers I can dig. So yeah, if we can get in any and all meeting minutes as soon as we can, just get them to Deb, and then Deb, if you can forward them to all board members no earlier than a week prior to the.
Do you want me to send them when I send the agenda?
I'd rather a separate.
Okay.
For me personally, I would rather a separate email that says, here's the minutes that need to be approved. That way, when I do my search for minutes,
Yep.
then that's the only email that I get to.
Okay.
So that's good. What else we got? We got anything else, gentlemen?
The page numbering, do you want standard numbers or Roman numerals?
No, I want
regular.
Wingdings, okay, just double checking.
Yes, I'd like fat Arial font. Whatever's the easiest thing. It doesn't really matter. He does. I agree with him.
What does Steve want?
Top of the page or the bottom of the page?
Is centered too much?
Top and bottom of the page.
I think bottom right would be
Bottom of the
preferable.
page.
Old font.
I prefer bottom centered. Sorry.
Then color.
Do you want a period after the number or just plain?
No, I don't need them bold or italicized. I'm not picky.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen, ladies, thank you. I need a motion to adjourn. I've got
So
that.
moved.
I got a second. Roll call. Mr. Baker,
Yes.
myself is a yes. Mr. Tanzi,
Yes.
Mr. Haynes,
Yes.
Mr. Baker Jr.
Yes.
Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. I'll see you guys on Saturday, 10 a.m. There is limited parking out there, so I'll throw it out there. I mean, if anybody wants a ride, I'll gladly pick you all up.
By the way, it's not good night. It's good morning now.
Yes.
Told you, midnight. I knew it.
They're letting me drive now.
Adios.
Good night.
I'll talk to y'all.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Later.